Guys, seems I'm live, and a fourth time I have an honor to open our Blockchain Days conference. That's Blockchain Days 2024, and every year we are better than we were years before. This time we have again 5 days full of amazing online content. And we are motivating you to join us in person because being online, connecting to our speakers, you will have the possibility to ask your questions and to hear your answers. And our 5 amazing days, in a couple of minutes, actually in 5 minutes, we will start our Future in Trends Day, where speakers will be elaborating of what to expect, how the blockchain technology developing itself, what would be we meeting in the future. Tomorrow will be adoption day, where we are going to listen about the successes and also pitfalls of industrial implementations of the various aspects of the decentralized solutions. The third one, totally amazing. This year, we are speaking about the interoperability and connectivity. And on this day, for example, we have Bayram Anankov speaking about the AI and blockchain. We have other speakers and we also have workshops. Guys, we never spoke about interoperability before because we were not able to get the high quality materials. Now we do. On a fourth one is a technology day, our usual topic, and again, full of amazing content, amazing speakers, startup representatives, and more. And a five, last but not least one, Community Day. And again, our speakers are going to introduce the various aspects of the building community, of relying on the community success when bringing your product live or growing your product. So all those topics we combined for you. And every day we are going to have hands-on workshop. And those are not going to be simple workshops where we're teaching you how to create, dumb smart contract. Not at all. We, for example, have Maria Mikic, who is going to unlever the zero knowledge proof technology. And if you want to have the hands-on experience, join us. And we are going to build Web3 applications, like the full stack Web3 applications. All the builders, all the developers, all the architects, you are very, very welcome. And we do have all the details in our agenda. So I think that's the time to let you to enjoy our content. By the way, I'm presenting today and I'm speaking about not so much decentralization topic, but actually trends topic. I'm speaking about the central bank digital currencies and about where we are standing now and what to expect in the future. Join me today. Join other 5 great speakers today on a Future in Trends Day and stay with us the whole week. Welcome. I'm happy to welcome you on a fourth generation of Blockchain Days conference.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Blockchain Community Day 2024 conference. And I'm your host, Sergey Konstantinov, and today we are delving into the fascinating topic of the flow of money 2030. And we are honored to have with us today Yagnesh Poda, our esteemed guest, whom I now invite to join us on the virtual stage. Welcome, Ignash. Thank you for gracing us with your presence today. And could you please share a few words of welcome and provide a brief introduction of yourself?
Hi, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. My name is Yagnesh Pota, and I'm based out of Singapore. And I have been in the technology industry with investment banking for the last 20 plus years, having worked with all of the large major investment banks. And more recently, over the last 7, 8 years, I have been involved in blockchain related initiatives when I was at ANZ. And I became an evangelist for digital assets and currencies and how they will impact capital markets and financial systems over the next few years. The Flow of Money 2030 is actually the title of a book I've written. And so this talk is going to be inspired by some of the content in the book.
Well, thank you very much, Ignash. Well, before we proceed, a quick reminder to our audience. Well, please post your questions in the chat throughout the presentation, and we will address them at the conclusion of our talk. And well, we are now ready to begin. Best of luck, Ignash. The stage
Thank you.
is all yours.
Okay, I hope everybody can see my slide. I've already introduced myself, so we'll move on. The topics that I will cover include a fairly wide variety, but the key focus is going to be around how money is changing, why it is changing, some of the categorization considerations, evolution to Web3, and how blockchain is starting to impact the way money flows these days. Okay, and so I have purposely not numbered these topics because I don't believe there is a hierarchical flow to these. It is all very heavily interconnected, as you will see from my presentation. Moving on. So, evolution of money. Where are we today? Cent- Retail, commercial, institutional, SME banks continue to play a central role in the control and distribution of money. Hence, they control the creation, lending, and access to money. And over a period of time, they have invested in large monolithic systems or banking platforms that are pretty much now considered legacy. In some instances, these platforms are over 30 to 40 years old, and these are core banking platforms. Also, central banks and banking intermediaries have created centralized networks, closed off networks, which essentially impacts the financial system by limiting flexibility and growth. You can see in the diagram where if you want to do an FX transaction, you have to go through a number of banks and SWIFT. And so there isn't a formal way of um, doing commercial FX transactions today and in the past without involving intermediary and correspondent banks. And as a result of this, all of this creates a closed world of system resulting in the banked and the unbanked over the last few decades. So, what has changed? Um, Essentially, we've had the advent of new technologies, decentralized technologies like blockchain are offering an alternative to the centralized control of money by banks and governments. DLT technologies enable a more transparent and distributed system where transactions are recorded on a public ledger and the network is maintained by a decentralized network of participants rather than a single authority. And this also reduces or basically removes the middleman, i.e., the intermediary. Also, we now have various organizations thinking about new models of classifying money based on technology and use. So a good example is the Bank for International Settlements has developed the money flower framework to categorize different forms of money, including central bank digital currencies, cryptocurrencies, and traditional fiat currencies. This framework helps to understand the evolving landscape of money in its various forms. Interestingly, there is a diagram on the right for Industry 4.0. And if you look at that diagram, what is the one thing that's missing from that diagram? It doesn't take into account the impact of blockchain or DLT or distributed ledger technologies on the industrial landscape and different industries. And I think that diagram needs to be revised to become 4.0A or 4.0P or whatever, because I think AI is also going to have a greater impact than anybody had anticipated. Moving on, let's look at the BIS money flower. I am a big fan of this model because it uh, basically shows you in a single diagram all of the different categorizations of money. So essentially, the BIS money flower is a blueprint for categorizing currencies based on four fundamental properties: issuer, form, accessibility, and technology. And you'll see I've put technology in red, and there is a reason for that. The digital aspect is basically the blue petal with the word digital on it. And let's take a few examples of the technology shifts that are happening. So let's talk about traditional bank deposits. The technology is typically a centralized system maintained by the bank. Transaction data is stored in proprietary databases, and of course, it's a closed off network. You have to have an account and belong to the bank to get access to your money. Central bank reserves and settlement accounts, again, centralized systems overseen by central banks, often involving connectivity with real time gross settlements systems to do FX transactions, etc. But again, a fairly closed network. The banks have to be under the regulation of the central bank in the first place to use those facilities. Now, with central bank digital currencies for wholesale circulation, there is a shift. So, the central bank may employ uh, distributed ledger technologies for secure, efficient transactions amongst banks, or use centralized systems akin to present day digital transaction methods. Then we come to cryptocurrencies on permissioned DLT, where the issuer is often a consortium or a specific organization. Here, the technology is a permissioned distributed ledger or blockchain where network participation is gated, ensuring greater control over the consensus process and transaction validation. When we come to cryptocurrencies on permissionless distributed ledgers, such as Ethereum and Bitcoin, the uh, cryptocurrency uses permissionless distributed ledger or blockchain, ensuring full decentralization, offers a trustless system where network security and integrity are maintained by cryptographic means and consensus algorithms. So you can see, depending on whilst the banks give you access to your bank deposits through the web, it's not necessarily uh, what we what I would call digitalized, right? It's just another channel. But you can see the transition in technology from centralized systems to distributed networks and distributed ledger technology. Moving on. So, blockchain and distributed ledger technologies have effectively created new tools and that allow us to look at the new money. So, what are the tools of new money? We have cryptocurrencies, the evolution of Web3, tokenization and tokenomics, decentralized finance, otherwise known as DeFi, digital wallets, and digital exchanges. And I will go into a lot more detail about how all this hangs together, right? So, how does everything come together? So, the technologies described below allow people to create better systems aiming to introduce more equality, democratization of wealth creation, and real alternatives to traditional long-standing debt-based banking and money systems. And so what you have here is basically blockchain becoming a foundational piece that enables cryptos and Web3. Web3 fuels innovation in a number of areas such as DApps, digital wallets, and digital exchanges. Cryptos and Web3 allow tokenization to proliferate, and tokens could be held in digital wallets and traded through digital exchanges, and DApps provided a user experience. Proliferation of tokenization has now created new digital assets from traditional real world assets and currencies. And that in turn has helped to drive decentralized finance. And decentralized finance in turn is done through Web3 and fuels Web3. So hopefully this gives you an idea of how the uh, different components come together to create an entire ecosystem. The boxes that are in green, Web3 tokenization in DeFi, I'm going to go into a little bit more detail now. So what is Web3? How did we evolve to Web3? Essentially, Web 1 was the static web, uh, basically a digital monument or statue where we pulled data through the internet. Web 2 became the social web. Think of it as a dynamic city center where we pushed and pulled data and we shared uh, information about ourselves, and we shared social updates on that web, and that allowed the creation and increase of what I call platform-based e-commerce, such as Airbnb, Uber, etc. Web 3, I call the semantic web. Basically, think of it as a decentralized metropolis. Web 3 represents the transition, and in this era, the internet has become a place where humans and machines can understand and interact with information, and essentially um, the emphasis is on centralized data storage, peer-to-peer interactions, and creating a digital ecosystem that resembles a sustainable, self-sufficient city. On the right-hand side, you can see a diagram where Web 1 was technically valued at 1.1 trillion. Web 2 has been valued at about 5.9 trillion. Web 3, I think, is going to surprise everybody. And the adoption of Web3 technologies and what it does for decentralized finance is going to rewrite the history books. So, what are the elements of Web3? Starting at the bottom, you have trusted data through blockchain and distributed ledgers. Then you have relationships through wallets and decentralized identities. And commerce happens through exchanges, DApps, and smart contracts. This is all held together through peer-to-peer networks and distributed autonomous organizations. And then the user experience is through client front-end apps, and in some cases, organizations have tried metaverse. Okay. Moving on, we come to the tokenization process. Now, this is quite important. And this is what, if you are a Michael Bay filmmaker follower, this is the money slide. Okay. Tokenization and tokenomics. So tokenization is the process of converting rights to an asset into a digital token on a blockchain. This allows for the fractionalization, programmability, and tradability of previously illiquid or indivisible assets. Tokenomics is a term that refers to the study and analysis of the economic aspects of cryptocurrency or a blockchain project, with a particular focus on the design and distribution of its native digital tokens. So let's take a scenario where you have a portfolio manager, and the portfolio on the left side, you have the portfolio manager. The portfolio manager decides on asset allocation and selection, and sources assets through market makers and liquidity providers. The assets are then put through a tokenization engine and converted into tokens. And you will see that the tokenization engine is actually creating a golden record of creation, ownership of assets, and asset-backed tokens on a blockchain. So you've got the public blockchain in the bottom, and the technology stack is a smart contract layer and a blockchain layer. Now, the whole idea of the tokenization is to create a digital money market fund, and this fund is created based on a certain risk profile. So here we have, for example, moderate risk. And so that means that the kind of assets that the portfolio manager will look to tokenize is cash, technology stock, developed markets, ETFs, fixed incomes, fixed income such as bonds, etc. And they're going to get converted into tokens, and a fund is going to be built. So in the bottom box, you can see underlying tokens, and you can see how the different asset class tokens make up that money market fund. So, for example, cash is 10%, repos is 20%, 2-year European bond is 40%. Once this money market fund is created, you now have to provide asset servicing for payments of corporate actions, automated rebalancing, settlements via CBDCs or through other tokens. Now, this is called asset servicing. And once you have that piece put together, you now basically have an entire tokenization platform. And so what happens is you now open up and provide access, 24/7 access via distribution platforms and digital exchanges. So this is where things like Bitcoin ETFs has gone through the similar process, right? Where you can now basically buy Bitcoin, participate in Bitcoin ownership through an ETF, through BlackRock, Fidelity Investments, etc. And once these tokens are bought, you then have to provide for some sort of a digital asset custodianship as part of the asset servicing. So you need some sort of a platform or a wallet that then contains your digital assets, or a record of your digital assets as to where they're located and what you own. So this is quite important because this is going to become a key. This is already happening in the financial markets today. Okay, so who are the key players influencing the technology decisions? Essentially, big banks like JP Morgan Chase, Bank of New York Mellon, Citi have now started seeing that they're going to get left behind if they don't start taking part, right? And so they have done this through acquisitions and funding. And why are they so interested? So Citibank has valued the new asset classes that tokenization will create at US $10 trillion by 2030. JP Morgan and Bain have valued new alternative investment opportunities due to tokenization at 400 billion by 2030. And it is estimated that 5 to 10% of all assets globally will be tokenized by 2030. Okay, so the diagram here is showing you current blockchain projects, and you can see that the participants can tend to be investments, banking, government, payments, insurance, trade finance. And at the top side, you can see all the different areas such as asset tokenization, CBDCs, cross-border payments, FX, payment processing. So all of these areas are going to be affected, and there's going to be technology transformation in how we do all of these activities. And so within each of these areas, you can see the key players. And of course, you will see that you have the likes of JPMC, HSBC, Santander, UBS, all mentioned here with the different fintech providers. And of course, finally, you have governments who are interested because they want to be able to connect and benefit from the proliferation of these new technologies, primarily in the form of CBDCs and primarily in the areas of cross-border payments and FX, and essentially RegTech. Okay, moving on. So how does this affect an individual? So what we're going to see is enhanced utility and interoperability of an individual's assets. Today you have fragmented accounts, manual processes, paper-based documents and files. So you have checking accounts, current accounts, saving accounts, brokerage accounts, mortgages. All of these things are going to get tokenized. And so in a cryptographically protected blockchain-based programmable wallet, your current account, savings account will be represented, will hold CBDCs, cryptos, and stablecoins. Your brokerage accounts, investment accounts will become tokenized securities and assets. Mortgages and loans, credit cards, lines of credits will become tokenized obligations, and titles and insurance policies will become timed tokenized obligations. So the future is, in the future, you will have a single wallet with tokenized assets and secured documents in interoperable wrappers, and you will have interoperability between different types of wallets that suit your needs. Real-world examples of tokenization of assets include real estate. So HKMA and Ripple did a POC of tokenizing REITs in Hong Kong. This was the first test of the e-Hong Kong dollar. A number of banks have already started doing primary bond issuance on blockchains and using smart contracts for coupon payments. HSBC has recently launched a gold token, which is basically a digital token that represents ownership in HSBC's gold deposits and gives you fractional ownership of the physical gold. So each token represents 0.001 troy ounce of gold. A big area where tokenization is going to play a major role is tokenized carbon credits, which can be representations of off-chain value carbon units or native digital carbon credits. And so basically, once you get your carbon certificates, you are able to convert them into carbon units, and that will be stored on blockchain and then can be tokenized and traded. We are already seeing payments in stable coins through digital tokens. And essentially, there are a number of fintechs and banks working to enable real-time payments and settlements. So, for example, JPM Coin, Onyx Network, the USDC Tether stablecoin are just some examples. Finally, so what does this all mean? What does a next-gen banking system look like? Because after all, at the beginning, I promised to show you what will be the impact on financial systems. So there are three key points in the evolution of core banking platforms. First, breaking up of monolithic platforms into microservices architecture. Second, migration of core banking platforms and microservices to cloud-based models that create banking as a service or banking as a platform. And then finally, integration of blockchain and DLT technologies in the backend and integration of smart contracts and decentralized finance ecosystems via APIs in the offering of dApps for customer-facing functions. So if you look at the diagram on the right, you have a traditional core banking platform offering, but the section in the red is basically your blockchain-based decentralized finance dApps ecosystem that is integrating into the customer data ledger and customer experiences. So my view is that essentially DeFi ecosystems via APIs and traditional banking giants are already under threat from neobanks and technology companies like Apple and Google, who acquired banking licenses and who have set up dApps rails to allow peer-to-peer payments and consumer-to-business payments via their own wallets. So Apple Pay, Google Pay. Deeper integration into the DeFi ecosystems by these incredibly cash-rich companies poses a real threat, as Gen Z will see them as an extension of their daily financial needs and not go to the traditional banking sector. So effectively, if the core banking platforms are not able to integrate into the new ecosystems and the tokenized assets, then it's unlikely that they're going to see the level of growth they have seen in the past 40, 50 years. So finally, thank you for joining me, and I will now open up for questions.
Well, thank you, Ignesh, for the insightful presentations. And we have received several questions for sure from our audience. And let me allow to present some of them to you because, we are pretty short in our schedule and, well, as many as we can. So, what do
Sure.
you think? What do you think? So, the question number one. So, what do you think are the main challenges to make better flows? That are legal regulation barriers or technology ones?
I think both are actually quite important. So on the regulatory side, you have contradictions. So for example, take uh, the U.S. federal government versus state federal government, where some state federal governments have now allowed ownership of Bitcoin through ETFs, but the federal government still does not want to take on that on a regulatory basis. And on a technology front, I think interoperability is going to be key and needs to be resolved. So, for example, if I have NFTs for the U.S. National Football League, American Football League, and I want to trade some of those NFTs for the National Basketball Association NFTs, I can't do that easily today, right? So interoperability will allow me to build a portfolio of different tokenized asset classes without worrying about, whilst they store value, how liquid are they?
Yeah, thank you. And I think maybe one question. Is there any room for P2P lending? It was popular at one time, but the credit risk was pretty hard to manage. And is there any chance it would be revived again in the future? Well, maybe with better technology.
Uh, in short, no, because peer-to-peer lending is very hard to regulate. Peer-to-peer lending isn't dependent on blockchain or any technology. I can lend a friend $10 today, and the risk is high. And what starts happening is when I start lending 30, $40,000 as a loan to a friend, and he uses it for things um, that he shouldn't be using, right? So there is the criminal element, there is the regulation element, there is the credit risk element, and it's nothing to do with technology as such. I think peer-to-peer lending, I would say one form of it could come up as microfinancing on blockchains,
Yeah,
but
thank
that
you.
would
Thank you,
be
Ignace. Mhm.
consumer to business, or banks to business.
Yes, thanks. Well, this brings us to the end of our today's session. And thank you, Ignash, for your enlightening talk and for addressing the audience's questions. And we trust that everyone found this session session beneficial.
I hope so, and thank you for having me today. Thank you all.
Yep. Yeah. Well, and thank you to our audience for tuning in. Your questions will not remain unanswered. Believe in that. And up to next, we have exploring the role of tokenization in enhancing human trust. Sounds intriguing, doesn't it? And I'm sure you won't want to miss that. We will return shortly. Stay with us.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to our next session here at the Blockchain Community Day. It's our first day of our talks. Today's talk are dedicated to the topic of future and trends. And I'm your host, Alec. And our second talk today is named From Transparency to Trust, exploring the role of tokenization in enhancing human trust. And our today's esteemed guest is Sharmilan Somasundaram. It's our friend from Niftron, and we've been inviting Sharmilan for a second time. We already had a session in 2022, so please check out on our website if you are interested. And hi, Sharmilan.
Hi, Eric. Hi. Hope you can hear.
Yeah, glad to see you again, and thank you so much for joining. And I think without further ado, I will just remind our audience to leave your questions in the live chats wherever you are watching this, and we will go through the questions at the end of today's session. And I think we can now see your presentation. Yeah, you can say a couple of welcoming words, and after that, we are good to start. Good luck to you.
Sure. Thank you. And hi, everyone. So hope you guys are having a great day today and enjoying the lot of knowledgeable and valuable sessions before and after this as well. And welcome you all to the talk. And today, as mentioned in the title, I'm going to more focus on how blockchain or the tokenization and exploring the role of tokenization in enhancing the human trust. So as we have been heard about tokenization for a while, like from 2017-16 period from the CryptoKitties until now, we have seen like different type of tokenization applications and tokenization based blockchain projects. And we have seen different use cases where the tokenization applied as well. So today, I'm going to take a bit more different approach on the future or the trends on tokenization and how it's going to transform different use cases and industries in future, and also how the way that how we are building the tokenization and how that is going to be changed in the future as well, the way of creating tokenization and using that tokenization model or process inside different use cases, how it's going to transform in future and how it's going to help businesses as well as individuals to build the human trust between each other as well. So as the talk progress, so I'm going to divide this into kind of two sections. So first I'll be talk about a bit more onto the human trust and the importance of that, and then we'll be see how the evolution of tokenization from the start, and then we can see how it's going to be change in future and how that will be help different use cases and applications to get inside the blockchain and get inside the tokenization benefits as well. And also we'll be share a couple of use cases on based on our personal experience and working with different clients, how we have helped them to build that human trust using tokenization as well. So let's get into the talk. And so the most important thing, when it comes to the individuals as well as when we are interact with different applications, products, or individuals, the most important thing for us is trust. And usually trust is very expensive thing in the world, and it takes a lot of time to build that trust with an application or just an application that we're using in the mobile phones. And same as with the products or with the brands and with the individuals as well. And if we take a moment and if you think about a bit on how the trust is important in our lives, like each of the application that we're using today, it's completely based on the trust that we are using that one. Or even if we go to an app store, like usually if we know that particular app is trustable, then we'll be install it, or else we'll be basically go through the commands or the feedbacks and we see that whether we can able to build that trust on that particular application before we get it into our hands. And similar like that on the products or the brands, usually we stick with the same products or the same brands that are producing the products throughout our lifespan. And if there's a new brand or a new product comes in, people are a bit more skeptical into trying out those things. And unless if they hear positive feedbacks or the positive reviews about that, then we'll be go and use that one. And similar like that in our lives also, we build trust with individuals, and it takes a lot of time to build that good trust. And it's a matter of seconds we can lose that trust, and it's very difficult to regain that as well. So trust plays a huge role in our lives, and we can see how blockchain is transforming that trust in individual trust as well as with the products and with the applications, and how tokenization helping on that as well. So for a simple example, if we can see, we are using, the today life, like we are using a lot of applications and a lot of mobile apps and web applications in our day-to-day lives, and that makes our lives a bit easier. So for an example, in all the times, like we usually go to movie theaters and watch the movies, or else we'll be get it in a copy that we'll be watched in televisions. But nowadays we can sit at home and we can watch any movie that we want, and then we can just go through the Netflix and we can find it. Similar like that, if you take Amazon or any online stores, like you can just place an order and we'll be get it without we are going and physically purchasing those products. Similar like that, we can find a taxi in Uber, we can connect with anyone through Facebook and other applications, social media applications. And similar like that, we can just sit in a place and we can eat whatever the food that we like from a store, and most probably that the store that we even don't know where it exists, and we don't even know the person who is delivering that, but still we can able to build that trust, and we can use those applications on day-to-day basis. And the reason that we are using these applications is always behind that applications we trust these particular brands. So for an example, we maybe not trust, or we don't have any idea about the store where it's located when we're ordering from Uber Eats, and we have never been visited to that. And same as that, we never met the person who is delivering that food as well. So if someone comes and says the same mechanism like 20-30 years before, no one would trust that and no one would believe that one. But nowadays we are using that because we have a trust on the particular brand and the particular application, and then the way that they handle and build that trust along with the process as well. So that's why there's always a certain layer that brings that trust, or the certain entity or the brand behind that to build that trust. So all these applications, you can see there's the connection of trust, and based on the trust only, we are using these applications, or we are ordering the products, we are ordering the food, going in a taxi. So it's all kind of depends on the trust model, and that's how all these brands and things have become more successful on that as well, in a way of helping people to do certain things. And in the other side, the most important thing is building that trust to fulfill that particular need as well. So we have heard a lot about blockchain as well. I mean, I hope you have better understanding on that, and everyone knows that blockchain is the perfect technology to reinvent the way that we build trust, and it helps, in a way, it helps to build a trust without trust. I mean, without depending on a certain middleman or a certain application on that, and we can easily build that trust. So this is the most important part that we're going to cover it today. So how blockchain reinvent the way we are building the trust, and how that is evolving or adapting to the tokenization model, and then how both of these can be work together and build and enhance the human trust as well. So nowadays world, as we see in all the other applications, every brand in the world is like trying different ways to build the trust with the consumers or their users. And the same as on our side, every consumer or every individual having difficulties to trust, authenticate, or verify unless we are using that for a while, or else we have a specific feedbacks or reviews coming from the other end as well. So this is the kind of evolution of trust we can see. So the first is where people lived in, I mean, just we go all the times where people lived in more close circles and close groups, then it's always they depend on trusting a specific middleman who they can, I mean, that particular middleman is bridging that trust model, and then both of these groups or individuals in that group can easily trust the other individuals in the other group because of that particular middleman, and he's building that trust bridge as well. But after a while, it's very difficult to build the trust on the middleman. So people started to build the trust on a specific organization. So for an example, this is where the banks or else law firms or insurance or a lot of other entities comes into play, where we build a trust with an individual or a group of people based on a specific organization or a specific entity. So for an example, if we wanted to transfer money, so we can, I mean, all the times we can use the one middle person to transfer it, but then based on the trust issues And the disadvantage is we trust on a specific organization, and then we trust that organization to deposit our money and then transfer to another person as well. But later on, like after mobile phones comes and mobile apps, digital transformation started to happen, the one we call it as Web 2.0, where most of the applications that we use, it always comes in a mobile or a web app model. And then that allows to individuals to directly trust on a specific thing and do a transaction based on that particular application or a specific brand behind that application. So this is the era that we have lived in Web 2.0, where always we trust in specific app like Uber Eats or Uber, Netflix, anything on that. So it's completely based on the trust that we have on that particular brand, and as well as the trust that we have on that particular application as well. That's completely on. We can see like social media apps like Facebook or Google, whenever they come or interfere, get into issues with the data privacy and policies issues, we can see the decreasing number of the users who are using that as well. So it's all based on the way that they build the trust with their consumers or the users as well. So all these things, we can see a similar pattern, but it's evolved from a individual to an entity to a digital mechanism as a mobile or web app. But all the times that we can see there's the middle layer. So it can be a middleman, entity, or a mobile application, but always there's the brand or entity or individual behind that. And that's where there's the evolution happens, but then that particular layer, it's not changed or not replaced by anything or not eliminated in a way. So that's where the blockchain comes into play mainly. So where the blockchain is ideally build that trust between two entities directly. So you can be, for an example, if you take it on a Bitcoin scenario, so you can be a specific user. You don't need to, individual, you don't need to go to a bank and deposit the money, but then you can directly transfer that to another person using your wallet, and then you can directly do it. And similar like that, you don't need to rely on a specific application. Even we are using the wallets, we are using the exchanges and all those things that comes into play. But then if you want it to be more decentralized with more less user friendliness, but then we can directly go and do it on one-to-one basis as well. But we can rely on certain applications, on certain things that build that user friendliness and easier access to these particular technologies in a way. But as the base scenario, so blockchain can allow two different parties to directly transfer that particular, make the transaction or transfer that particular valuable assets in between them. So if you ask like, what is blockchain? So many people will have different perspectives or else different definitions for this. But from my point of view, blockchain is a technology that allows two different individuals or two different entities to transfer valuable assets to an untrusted party in a trusted way. The reason I'm mentioning it is as the entity. So it can be two individuals, or it can be two applications, or it can be one individual and one application. So you can put it in any form of the user side of it, and you can directly transfer that between those two parties in a trustable way. And this is why blockchain is more successful, and this is why everyone is like kind of moving into blockchain when it comes to the trust issues and different things on that. They can easily able to sort it with a blockchain because of this particular ability. And this is one of the best advantages that blockchain brings into the table of eliminating that central party. And then it's no need to be rely on that previous slide as I showed. You can evolve the trust, but then there's always the central party in that. But here you can directly eliminate that, and you can do the transactions in between that. But just for ease of use and also the easy access to these technologies and the way that people can easily adapt to these or bootstrap to this, we are using different applications as the middle layer in between. But still, those two parties can build the trust directly, even without that particular application, as all these informations we can get it from the blockchain and directly use it as well. So this is why this is the way that blockchain bringing the trust, and how blockchain transforming the way trust is built between two entities. And let's get into the tokenization part. So when it comes to the tokenization, it's there from a long period of time, and we can see fungible assets, non-fungible assets and digital and the physical assets as well. But I'm not going into deeper into these as each asset classes or the asset types. But overall, we can see like even Bitcoins or any crypto tokens or coins that we have using at the moment, it's all come from a specific way as a fungible tokens. And then we have a non-fungible tokens where the uh, CryptoKitties or it's different type of games and different type of assets comes into play. And then we have the physical assets as we have the artworks, physical real estate properties, and like ownership of the vehicles and different things we can able to credit as the digital assets. And then the other side of it where we have the fungible physical assets where the actual cash or else the gold coins or else the petrol barrels where we can able to create it as a digital assets, but then we can't able to kind of distinguish from the each type of that particular class. So we have different type of assets in here, like 4 type of it. But the part is the beauty of that is it's always possible to tokenize any of these classes. So it's not like we can only tokenize the fungible intangible ones or fungible non-fungible intangible ones or else non-fungible tangible ones. But we can able to do the fungible tangible assets as well. We can able to tokenize that, and there are a lot of use cases in petroleum, in gold, in diamond. A lot of things were already tokenized in that particular process as well. So we have already have an understanding about tokenization, and we have seen a lot of artworks and a lot of gamified assets and a lot of things were already built in this model. And those have certain advantages and certain disadvantages in each of these use cases as well. And that's what happened so far. And we have seen like all these artworks getting boomed in 2021-22 period, and we have seen like it dropped after that. It's kind of a bubble that created on that. And also still now also we can see a lot of artwork based NFTs comes into play. Like I'm talking about the digital arts. So there are certain artworks, like for an example, if you take like Mona Lisa painting or anything that is more unique and more preservative ones, so we can easily able to do it that through an NFT, and we can showcase that values and uniqueness of it. But then when it comes to digital assets, it's a bit of a different story when it comes to digital arts, which some are just created based on the boom and or the bubble process, and some other things were really attached to a specific use case, and it carries that particular values as well. But what we are going to talk today is it's not only about the tokenization, but then how we are going to do the tokenization and how we can carry a value in that particular token instead of just creating a bunch of artworks, digital artworks, and distribute to different parties and speculate that value. How we can able to do a tokenization project or attach a tokenization into a project, and how we can carry a certain value into that, and how we can increase that value of that particular token in a specific way. So that's where we comes into the most important part. If we take any of the tokenizations, it's always not about that particular token or particular NFT, for an example, carries the value, but it's the data that behind that. The more and more data that we accumulate into that particular token or particular, for an example, if you take it as, I'm taking a token in a form of, it can be an artwork, it can be a real estate, it can be a individual person identity, it can be a land property ownership document. So anything that you can put into this wording under the tokenization, it can be digital, it can be physical, it can be an fungible, non-tangible one, anything on that. But the moment that we create it as a token or tokenization process, the more and more data that we accumulate, the lifespan of that particular token increase that value and carries that value for a longer period of time. And the amount of data and the quality of the data determines all of these things in different type of use cases. And it works in a way of storing the data sets, data points and data inside the blockchain in a more efficient and more user-friendly way. And the other side is it's a way of creating a more liquidated way of representing the physical assets in a digital way. And also we can able to transfer that in a more easier manner within different parties. And it can be through the app to app can directly transfer it in autonomous way. An individual can send it to an app, or app can send it to an individual. So we can do it in many forms of the transformations or the transactions. And always that particular token or tokenization model that carries that particular data along with that as well. So this is how I'm seeing the digital evolution, comparing to how it is presented here and how it's going to change, or how it's changing already at the moment with the tokenization and with the data as well. So we have seen like Web 2.0, 2.0, 3.0, and it will come in future different 4.0 as well. So how it's going to change is initially we had physical data or physical items, and then the first transformation is we digitize it. So for an example, I'll take you a simple use case as we take it as the land ownership of the particular property, or ownership records of a particular property. We initially had it as a physical form. Then because of the disadvantages, we digitize that and we have it as a digital version of that. And that is basically stored in a centralized way. And always when it comes to the blockchain and decentralization of Web 3.0, people always try to store that and convert that directly into the decentralization model. So that is where most of the cases where people directly moving into blockchain face issues and difficulties in their transformation, and lack of adoption with the users as well. That is mainly because they are directly jumping from centralized to decentralized, and without going through a process that it can kind of evolve for a longer period of time. And this is kind of a hard push from centralized to directly onto the decentralized, which work for certain applications, but not for all the real world current use cases, or the process that we have in centralized can directly move to decentralized. And the way I can see it is how it can easily happen, and how it worked for us with a lot of clients, and how it can help a lot of other businesses to adapt it as well. Is first they can get, I mean, if they are already digitized and already centralized, then they can directly apply that into a tokenization process rather than directly going to decentralized. So then with the tokenization, it gives them two basic advantages. One is they can able to digitize the data and the records, and they can continuously accumulate that information for a longer period of time. And also they can able to have the transfer ownership feature, that they can able to transfer it to different parties, and they can able to send across different users around the world, and that gives that liquidity aspect of it. Specifically, it works a lot. It's worked well for the a lot of use cases which have physical assets or physical items attached to that, and then it works for the digital side of it as well. And then they can slowly progress into the complete decentralization of Web 3.0, and then they can completely go into a complete decentralization model as zero trust, or else a zero trust model on that as well. So when it comes to the tokenization to add data and transfer ownership, so for an example, if you take even the land scenario, so you take the property document and you initially tokenize that one. So you can simply create it as a token with the digital version of that. And then you can continuously add the data about the informations that are mentioned in the document, or else the previous owner's informations and the modifications that particular property gone through after that. You can continuously accumulate that info, and all of those informations are kind of captured under that particular token. And then later on, you can easily able to transfer that to the new owner, or else you can directly even split that into two, and you can create two new owners on that. So you can work on different models and different advantages of or different versions of that particular token in different ways as well. And it works well in a lot of other use cases as well. So for an example, I'll take digital artworks. So for an example, if you see an application or a NFT application that comes with a lot of different different types of cats, and they just have different versions of it and different images of it and different assets or different items attached to that. That is the particular one project. And comparing to that, there's another project where there's the actual digital art of it, and that particular artist informations were inside that, and maybe they have recorded the way that they have created that artwork, and they have attached a lot of idea behind that artwork and a lot of information, so the techniques that they have used inside that. Then if you're comparing those two, then the second one carries more value for that particular artwork because it contains a lot of valuable data behind that and how it made, and that has the more valuable when it comes to selling it in a process as well. And at the same time, the person who is purchasing that as the secondary sales, they also can easily able to demand the price and increase the value because it contains a valuable data rather than just an image with certain information. So similar like that, if you create it as a music, you can put a lot of data behind that, digital collectibles, ticket for events, and even limited edition items that we have worked on certain projects where you can see it's not about the designer made clothes, but then you put a lot of information about who made it and what are the materials they have used, where it come from, and it's a complete supply chain of the information about that particular product, how it made, and each of the cotton or the plastic buttons, everything you can able to do a complete supply chain traceability information into that, and then you can add the information about who made it, how they made it, and even go beyond that and attach that particular person or individual's lifestyle as well. For an example, if it is a product that made in a rural village, and then you can add about who are the people working on that, how that particular brand is helping that community. So you can attach a lot of information into that, and all together that comes and represent as the digital version of that particular clothing or the designer brand cloth, and that represent in a digital way as a token which carries all of these information. So that brings a lot of value and that brings a lot of trust when it comes to a person who is viewing that one and who wants to own that one. They can directly build that trust with that particular product because there are a lot of accumulated information from different parties, and that's the way they can easily able to build that trust and transform it as well. And if you can see a lot of other things on identification and certification, where it use a lot of information about that particular individual inside the token model, and that carries as the certification process or individual identity. And real estate, as I mentioned, and the supply chain process, as I mentioned, you can carry out those informations into that. And for an example, if you can see, you have different stakeholders in a particular supply chain, input different information into that, and then that can be visible by different parties all together by representing a token as the QR code or different formats inside that particular product. They can able to see these information. And same for medical records, where individual information can be stored, and then you can able to even sell those information as on behalf of yourself to a pharmaceutical company or a research lab for the research purposes, as it's a valuable information stored under that particular token. So overall, within that time, I'm going to wrap it up. So I hope you have good understanding about the tokenization and how tokenizations evolve and transforming in a way, just not sticking with the digital artworks or just the gaming assets, but then how it transforming in a way that you can build data and then do it in a bring value to a lot of other real world use cases as well using this particular transformation. Hope you guys had a good time, and looking forward to the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sharmilan, for bringing such an important topic up. And I mean, I like that you've been touching the topic of trust. And I think the most important questions that I would like to raise right now is to talk about the dilemma. I mean, so it seems that we all understand that there are lots of technology solutions that can make our lives easier, and that can serve as a solution for doing processes without any middleman and so on. But still, it seems like we also have a problem with our humanity, that we still don't trust each other. But the solutions, the technology part is already prepared. What's the main problem of humanity right now, as you think?
Yes, exactly. That's a good question. And that's why I was mentioned even during that transformation journey I have shown. So it's very difficult for businesses who kind of inspired or like the blockchain or the Web 3.0, and then they quickly jumped or do a hard push from centralized to the decentralized completely, where they go on a kind of a zero trust model. That works in certain applications when it comes to kind of Bitcoin or crypto transactions, and also that works in certain ways. But when it comes to the real world use cases, it's very difficult because we have adapted to that particular way that we kind of deal with humans or else deal with certain applications, certain process on that. And always there's the kind of a middleman or a middle, a middle role or middle layer plays between those two parties as well. So that's where I feel you do a process on a tokenization and adding the data and transfer options into that. That brings space time for you and your users or the individuals to adapt to that in a way that, okay, they can see the blockchain is, it's using blockchain, it's transformed the way from centralized to decentralized, but it's not completely removed from the central man. And because all the data are captured in a way and attached to this particular process or the tokenization, that brings a lot of transparency in that process. So we don't mind, from my point of view, I don't mind having a lot of middle parties in a process that I do, but as long as there's the complete transparency and the trust I can build on that. So the moment that we get issues and the fear of using a middleman is when there's the trust issue and transparency issue. That's how happens in the past and nowadays in a lot of applications as well. So if there's a middleman or the middle entity or the middle role, like whatever, it's placed on that. As long as there's a complete transparency, it won't be an issue. And that's where the importance of data about the actions and the process that are involved in that to be transparent and to be attached to that particular token or whatever the format of that.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. I think it's a good beginning of our discussion that we will be hosting in our Telegram chat. I mean, the topic is very interesting and definitely will be keeping an eye on this topic. Thank you so much, Sharmilan, for coming a second time to our conference. Thank you so much for delivering such a great presentation. I think that's it for now. We'll be switching to the next talk in a couple of moments.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Sharmilan. Please stay tuned.
See you guys. Bye.
All right, so we are back with the next talk of our today's Blockchain Community Day 2024 conference. And this time we would like to invite our next guest who will be delivering a talk about investor insights on future digital assets. And I'd like to invite our today's guest, Jason Fernandez. I hope everyone can see you now. Hey, hi, how are you?
Everybody, hope everybody can hear me okay.
Yeah, we see you, we hear you well. Thank you so much for joining and for being with us today. I think we will be, so I think, yeah, we lost your video, but yeah, I think we can start sharing your presentation, and during the process of sharing, you can say a couple of welcoming words and introduce yourself, and after that, we will be good to start.
Sure, do that right now. I'll be able to do it with. I'm just going to add my slides. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I just would like to remind everyone to join our Telegram chat to keep the discussion of the topics. Since we have a pretty short timing of our sessions, we can continue our discussions in our Telegram chat. And if you have any questions, just leave them in the live chats wherever you are watching this, in the comments section, in the live chats, in the Q&A sessions. And I will try to distill all the questions at the end of today's session and ask and read them aloud by the end of our today's talk with Jason. Please, Jason, let me know if everything's fine with presenting.
Sure. What I'm going to do is just share my entire screen in that case.
All right. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, here we go. Okay. Cool. So very quickly, thank you everybody for coming. I appreciate the invite. So my name is Jason Fernandez. I'm with Adlunim Inc. Essentially, what we do is we take projects from very, very early stages, what we call zero, to their IDO or IEO at their public sale. So we essentially ensure that projects that have really good businesses, but maybe are not don't really understand how to launch a token, are able to have really good token sales, and that ensures that involves connecting them with um, uh, institutional investors, advisors. We have an advisor panel, institutional investors, exchanges, and some of the top companies in the world to essentially make them launch. And so a lot of what we do, we're obviously an investment platform. So a lot of what we do is
Yeah. So sorry to interrupt you here. Just I'd like to let you know that we see your screen is pretty wide, and maybe let's try to do it a full screen so that it's not. I think you have a very wide screen, and we see it very
right.
narrow. Yeah.
That's right. I got it. Okay, let me see if I can. Yeah, perhaps. I'm not sure what the button is. Actually. Oh, here we go.
The slideshow button on the right.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't really see. Oh, it's this one right here. Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So yeah, perfect. Now it's
Okay.
visible.
Okay, great. So, yeah, it's essentially a lot of what we do is, since we're an investment platform, a lot of what we do is talk to a lot of projects that are in the early stages of looking for funding. Now, my personal experience, my background personally is in investments. I headed investments for NFT technologies, NFT tech, invest in a lot of projects in the Web3 space prior to going public in Canada on the Canadian Stock Exchange, the NEO. And also in Germany, and then subsequently, of course, my focus shifted to Adlunim. So we talked to a lot of projects looking to raise funds, and what's extremely important when it comes to that is especially when it comes down to investing those funds on a token basis, it massively matters sort of how that token is structured, right? So I know a lot of y'all are developers, and so your focus is mainly sort of building a really good project, and building a product that's interesting and that people want to use. That's one part of this. But the other aspect is, if you're going to launch, let's say, if you intend to take that business and somehow launch it on an exchange, on a cryptocurrency exchange, ultimately you'll need tokens. And what you'll need to do is imbue these tokens with utility and use case to where people buying that token are essentially buying into your business, right? So now, in a typical investment model, like in an equity investment, a company will, a VC will come in and they'll make an investment and they'll take a certain percentage of the company. What's in contrast, crypto companies have a unique sort of funding model available to them, and that is selling not a share in the company, but directly the utility that the company supplies itself. So, for example, it's very simple. If you wanted to set up a business, let's say around a arcade game company, right? So, for example, you could take investment from your friends and neighbors and stuff, and say, hey, listen, I'll give you a share of the company. You could put some money into me, and then when we make a profit, I'll share that profit with you. That would be one way to make one model of raising funds. The token model would be slightly different. And essentially what you could say is, when I launch, I am going to be opening up this arcade. And when I open up this arcade, I'm going to be selling tokens to play the games at, let's say, $1 each. I am pre-selling those tokens at 25 cents, or let's say 20 cents for each token. And so if you believe in me and you believe that I will open up this arcade, then you can pre-buy these tokens from me at, let's say, 10, 20 cents. And then later on, when I launch the arcade, you could either use it yourself and get $1 worth of value out of it, or you could sell it to somebody else, presumably for $1, because at that point, nobody will be able to buy it for less than $1. So ultimately, what that means is what you're doing is directly selling the utility of the business rather than a share in the business. It's just a different value, a different way to assign value. And so, from a technological perspective, from a technical perspective, it's almost trivial to create new tokens. So a lot of you guys are developers. You guys are ERC20 developers, for example. Some of you are, and it's very, very easy to sort of just create a token. I mean, I'm not saying it's super easy, but of course, it's been done before. It can be done, right? The key thing that makes it challenging is is sort of ensure that the business, whatever value that the business is putting out, is aligned with that token. So you can generate, let's say, 1 billion tokens, and you can say, each token, we're going to assign a value of XYZ to. But then you have to ensure that the business supports that, right? So the price that you're assigning that token, let's say the value that you're giving for that is right, because otherwise that token will drop in value, because eventually that token will hit an exchange, and at that point the market determines the value of the token, not you, right? So it's really important to create sustainable token economics models. Most commonly, there are sort of 3 general types of tokens. One is sort of a utility token, and that's what I've been describing. Essentially, the utility is where the value is directly ascribed to the token. Another is a security token. Now, one could, if you're selling, let's say, a part of something with the expectation of profit, then it will be classified as a security token. Now, a security token follows essentially very closely securities regulations wherever you are as an investor, right? So if you're American, you're not able to invest in security tokens, securities, or security tokens for that matter, unless you're an accredited investor, which means you have to have at least $1 million in funds, and there's certain other things to do before you can be an accredited investor. And once you're an accredited investor, you can then make these investments, and that's essentially to protect investors, right? And so the key thing about security tokens and utility tokens, and the thing that differentiates them, is mostly regulation. There's a lot of regulation around security tokens, because, as I mentioned earlier, the regulations around that are similar to just if you were to launch a security like on the stock market, for example. I mean, there are some exceptions, but that depends sort of where you are launching from. So, for example, in Zug, Switzerland, they're slightly more liberal about what they consider a utility token, for example. But ultimately, the thing that differentiates a utility token and a security token is a set of rules known as the Howey test, right? So the Howey test was by the SEC. Essentially, it refers to a particular case, and it's a multi-pronged sort of test where, if people are working together toward a common enterprise, and essentially that goal wouldn't be reached if it wasn't for a centralized body taking some action, then essentially what you are doing is you are relying on that particular organization to increase the value of the token, which basically means that organization has sold a security. Now, if that is sufficiently decentralized towards that to where value in that token comes from the community at large, then that could be termed as a utility, right? So, for example, Ethereum is a good example. I'm going to get into here. Ethereum uses a utility token model with staking. So, for example, as you guys know, Ethereum is basically the gas that lets Ether is the gas that makes Ethereum run. And so, you buy Ether, and then you use it in the system, right? Same thing with Chainlink. Chainlink has a utility token where you essentially have to buy the token, then you use that token in order to access their Oracle services. MakerDAO has a governance token model where you have the ability to sort of vote on protocol changes and risk parameters. Now, a governance token, these things are slightly more nebulous in terms of what they can describe. Usually, you would say a governance token is a utility token because it gives you the utility to vote. But a lot of companies will maybe launch a utility token and a governance token, and then that sort of the interplay between that becomes important in terms of being able to define whether it's overall a utility or if it strays too closely into security token areas. So very quickly, the important thing to do to build sustainable tokenomics is defining the clear objectives rather. And so, what are you trying to achieve? You want to sort of explain that out. The roadmap, when you expect to reach there, how you intend to grow. You also have to incorporate governance mechanisms. So, for example, very often, because crypto is considered a very democratic sort of concept and decentralized, oftentimes you'll have decision making where community will vote on major decisions. So that is an example of that would be MakerDAO, like I mentioned earlier. Another is sort of ensuring transparency and accountability. So that's trust building, regular updates to basically people that invest in a token, financial rewards, and essentially making sure that you shepherd the funds that they give you in a good way. Now, another thing that's important is vesting, right? So, for example, you might when you launch your token, you'll have a certain percentage of that, and I'm going to jump into this much later when I talk about tokenomics. But when you launch a token, you'll have to sort of determine what percentage of it goes to what section, right? So generally speaking, you'll have something like anywhere from 15 to 20, 21, 25% even sometimes go to the team and advisors, and that's to sort of motivate the team and like both founders, team members, and also advisors to help you build this, right? Another is sort of you have a community budget, so you might say 20% of the tokens are earmarked for community. So that's community growth activities, whether that's helping pay for airdrops, whether it's helping grow the community in other ways. And then you might delineate a certain percentage of it for marketing tokens. And so you essentially have this big pie, which represents 100% of the tokens, and then you cut out little sections based off of who gets what. Now, usually you'll have a public round that will be less than 1 or 2% of the total percentage of the tokens when you launch your IDO. You might give up to 9%, 10% in a private round, maybe 5% in a seed round. Generally speaking, before you launch, you want to have around under 20% of your tokens out before you launch on an exchange. You don't want too many of your tokens distributed because what that would do is create sell pressure once that token hit an exchange. So the sort of some of the very, very important sections would be your fully diluted valuation, and then, for example, how much of your circulating supply is circulating, how much of your supply is circulating at the time that your token becomes live. So there's a term called TGE, that's token generation event. That refers to essentially the time that you generate your token and put it on an IDO, on an exchange, on the DEX, or maybe a SEX, centralized exchange. And that all your vesting schedules are essentially tied to that initial TGE. So that vesting schedule could go over 3 years, it could go over 6 years, and so what you have is like a token distribution curve. So essentially that allows you to align incentives among team members. So if you ensure that the team members have their tokens being distributed, let's say 5-6 months past the TGE, then you ensure that all the team members are incentivized to make sure that the growth that the token sees is long term and not limited to the first 2 or 3 months, because their tokens, for example, may not even kick in until 6 months in and might go on for another 36 months before they're fully vested. So it allows you to align your incentives, the incentives of your team members, the early investors, and stakeholders. So, for example, your seed investors, you might really let them cash out a small little percentage of that, maybe 5% at the token generation event. So when your token hits the exchange, maybe 5% of the seed investor's total investment is unlocked to where he can sell it. Similarly, the private investors, they usually unlock about 10% at TGE. Now, my experience has been with if you have a very good project, these projects can 10x or 20x at launch. So based off of their IDO price, they can 10 or 20x. So I oftentimes invested in projects. So in October of a couple years ago, we were very much in a bull run, and because of the way projects were launching, they would come to us for investment 2 or 3 days before they launched their token. Essentially because they wanted to have us on their cap table, so that the retail investor could see essentially that they had a lot of institutional investor buy-in. By the way, I should talk about that a little bit. The way the retail investor makes a decision in terms of what tokens to invest in is highly tied to what institutional investors put in the first place. So what retail investors, smart retail investors, they look at some of the top institutional investors that have had very good track records. They look at some of the top launchpads that have very good track records, and they'll see which of these projects are launching on a top launchpad, have some of the top institutional investor buy-in, and then they'll basically go in and invest where those institutional investors are investing. Now, the reason that is because they're investing in the utility of a token. They don't have tokenomics experts to actually look into that. As a retail investor, they don't have tokenomics experts to look into that, understand exactly what that token is doing and whether there's value. So the only way for them to make that decision is they look at what the institutional investors are doing, what the launchpads are doing, what the exchanges are doing, and they use that as their due diligence, right? So that's why it becomes very, very important. If you have really good buy-in, you can have an extremely good launch. And like as I mentioned earlier, it's not unusual for tokens to do, let's say, a 10x, sometimes a 20x launch. And so, like I was mentioning, I invested a lot of companies in October, in early October, that because they wanted our names on their cap table, they would come to me maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 days even before their launch. And then I would make an investment, and then let's say, for example, they 10x or 20x, and let's say I invested in the private round. If I invested in the private round, what would happen is that 10% of my tokens are unlocked at TGE, which means when the token hits the exchange, about 10% of my tokens are unlocked. So if the company does a 10x, that means I get my entire investment back initially, and then whatever happens in the future happens. If they 20x, then I immediately get my entire twice my entire investment, and then again over the next several months, I'll get the rest of the returns. It might fluctuate some because sometimes you have a bear market that comes in the middle. So that's why token distribution is really, really important, because you ensure that the team members are incentivized to stick around, the early investors are incentivized to stick around, the stakeholders are incentivized to stick around. So you want to control the supply and gradually release the token, because you want to prevent people from dumping that token, because you assume that any amount of the tokens that are released are likely to be sold on the exchange, and because the exchange is essentially heavily dependent on essentially it's a free market, right? So there's a buyer. If there's not a buyer for the token keeps dropping in price until there's a buyer at that price. And so, of course, market makers can sometimes mitigate this, particularly at centralized exchanges, to some extent. But that doesn't come free, because, of course, you have to supply that liquidity for the market maker to make those decisions. So it's really important to control that supply and to ensure a gradual release over several years to prevent your token from going through a massive sell pressure in the initial period. One thing that's really important is the sort of, like I mentioned earlier, so circulating supply at TGE. So the fully diluted value at TGE, that's what's known as the FDV, that's determined by looking at the IDO price of the token and multiplying that by the total number of tokens in the system, right? So that gives you the fully diluted value of the company from a token perspective. Now, the circulating market cap It refers to the actual amount of that value that is circulating, out in the wild and could presumably be sell pressure. So sometimes when you are at your token generation event, when you launch your token, you might have, let's say, 5% of the tokens from the seed round be released, 10% of the tokens from the private round be released, and then not much else, which means only a small amount of tokens are out in the system. And so when those tokens hit an exchange, you can massively control that liquidity. And then because there's a limited supply, the price of those tokens can only go up. So clear vesting schedules help build trust with the community and investors. So obviously, if you have a long enough vesting schedule, investors are aware that the team members are aligned to build this company over the long term. And so is the community. The community understands that you're looking to build this long term, particularly because the vesting schedules are so long. So again, I know a lot of you guys are really focused on development, but this is highly important because once you develop whatever great product you have, the next step is essentially, and let's say you even have a token. The next step is aligning that token with the value that you're creating, and then ensuring that token has a good launch on an exchange. In order to do that, you have to go through this process. You have to understand your token, and you have to create a token that is attractive to investors, both retail investors and institutional investors. So a good case study is sort of Ethereum, Polkadot, Uniswap. So Ethereum, for example, they had a pre-sale, it had a vesting schedule for the development team, so that ensured that these development team are involved in the long term. Polkadot has a staggered token release for its team early investors, so that's essentially to maintain its to prevent excessive sell pressure. And then you have sort of Uniswap, which has a 4-year vesting schedule for its team advisors, pretty much for the same reason. So how do investors evaluate projects and make decisions on investment in Web3? So this is a question I get asked a lot because I've made a lot of investments myself. I'm around a lot of VCs in this space, and I would say by far the biggest thing that we look at is team and relationships, right? So and of course there's other things, and I'll get into that of course, but I think the team is very, very important because particularly when you're investing in a crypto company, there's very little accountability. There's very little in the way of an investor being able to hold that team to account, other than ensuring that let's say entrepreneur doesn't get funds in the future. And so if an entrepreneur's a goal is to just very quickly come in, make a quick buck, and then leave and let this company fail, there's not much you could really do about that. And so what investors tend to do is they tend to look for known quantities. They tend to look for entrepreneurs that have started a few companies in the past. Regardless of whether they're successful or not, if they aren't successful, did that entrepreneur take care of his investors? How did that work? What's his relationship with his investors? What's his relationship with his co-founder? Her relationship with their co-founder. So these are sort of things that's super important because it goes to the team members and their integrity, right? So I've made investments in entrepreneurs whose integrities have been questionable. Found out later, of course, that maybe they were not as dedicated to the project that they were pitching me as they led on. It's very hard to make that decision, so a lot of it depends on instinct. Another thing we look at very, very strongly is institutional backing already, right? So it's very difficult for early projects. It doesn't matter if you've invented a cure for cancer. It's very difficult for those early projects to get a lead investor. And the reason that is because, again, as I mentioned, you're massively dependent on the team. So a lead investor is not just betting on the product that'll be successful, but he's vastly betting on the team, the entrepreneurs, and the leadership. And so that basically forms an endorsement that allows for other investors to feel confident about putting their funds in, right? So usually what will end up happening is an investor will come up with will be presented with a project. He might like it. He won't commit immediately. What he'll do is he'll say, hey, let me show this to some of my friends. And he'll have a couple of his investor buddies that he co-invested on projects that also have their own individual networks that they can sort of and levers that they can pull to ensure the projects are successful. He'll contact them and he'll say, hey, what do you think of this project? And if those guys say, hey, this is not a good project, I don't want to have anything to do with it, he will very quickly lose interest in the project himself. If, however, he feels like he's able to put together 2 or 3, I'm talking about this is if there's not a lead investor. So if he's able to put in 2 or 3 other investors and invest as a cabal, and each of these investors bring in unique resources and relationships that they can help the project with, then that lead investor could feel comfortable that these other investors that he's brought on will be able to get the project at least to the step where other investment is coming in. So that initial sort of check is extremely difficult to get, and in order to do that, oftentimes you would have to sort of get very close to an investor that believes in you, and then massively incentivize them to back you, because it's a huge risk for that investor to back you, to say that he's going to back you, and to back the idea, because if he's endorsing the idea, that he puts his reputation behind that. So it's very important to ensure that they're incentivized. So of course, timing is really important. So sometimes you have a certain narrative. So for example, clearly right now we have an AI narrative. A few months ago we had a metaverse narrative. So metaverse projects were doing massively well when Facebook Metaverse came out. But these narratives shift, right? So I think soon we're going to see Bitcoin season coming. So a lot of Bitcoin layer 2s are going to be very popular. So these narratives can shift. And generally speaking, if you happen to have a project that ties into a narrative at the time when that narrative is hot, investors will put in money. So how important is it to have a working product or prototype? So I have a lot of parts in here. Yes, it does help to have a proof of concept. And it can significantly impact your likelihood of securing investment, but it's not critical if you have a really good team. If you have a really good team that's built products in the past, let's say for example you have a CTO that has previously built a very large product that's used by thousands or millions of people, that gives you the credibility that you can build what you have. Because what you eventually want to know is what you're doing is even technologically possible. So keep in mind that they're not all businesses are like that, right? Sometimes what you're doing is very technologically possible. The innovation comes from how you are implementing it, right? Or the execution of that. Sometimes the innovation is the innovation itself. And in those cases, it makes sense to have a prototype because it proves that the innovation is real. But again, if what you're doing is not technologically impossible, then that massively lowers the importance of a prototype. So I've seen a lot of projects, they'll raise a small amount of money and they'll spend all of it on building development, and that's really not a good use of their money. Because what they end up doing is they spend all these funds, they have limited funds now to go raise more funds. Like usually your first check should be focused on raising you more money. And that'll put you in good stead with other companies that you're competing with. Usually you're raising about 2 or 3 million, 3 million, 2-3 million, depending on the project, of course. But the average project is raising about that early. You don't want to raise too much because the tokens that you're selling at essentially a 90% discount vis-a-vis the price that token will be once it launches on an exchange. So you want to sell only the minimum level that you need in order to have the funds that you need in order to continue. I know I'm just gonna almost done over here. So just go over a few case studies. Ethereum, of course, they had a working prototype. This helped demonstrate the feasibility. Chainlink also had an MVP. I'm not sure whether that was before they launched the token or not. Binance, before they launched their exchange profile, the exchange platform, they launched a beta version. So that allowed people to understand that Binance was legit. But again, if what you're doing is not technologically difficult and it's just a question of your execution of it that's going to be revolutionary, then building the MVP is not as important as just going out there raising funds and ensuring what you want, that the product that you're building is something that people will think is worth existing and that they'll pay money to have. So that sort of brings me to the end of this. Thank you so much for attending. I'd love to take any questions you have.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jason, for such a great presentation. I think this presentation is worth being cut into shorter clips and being promoted on every startup I know who are looking for investors right now. Very useful tips and guide. And I have a question. Let me quickly bring up the live chat. 1 second, please. So the first question says, how to encourage engagement within the token ecosystem and contribute to the enhancements of its sustainability?
Could you repeat that a little bit?
Yeah, how to encourage engagement within the token ecosystem and contribute to the enhancement of its sustainability.
Yeah. So I'll tell you that with projects in general, it's all about community. You live and die with the community because you have your diehard fans that really believe in the token and they'll buy your token. And without these people, your token is worthless, right? Because nobody will invest in your token without coming to a Telegram group. And if you alienated most of the people in your Telegram group, it will be apparent to other new people coming in. And so you, unlike a lot of, let's say Web2 companies, when you take in some investment, you might have 8, 10, 20 investors. With crypto projects, because they're immediately public, they're trading on an exchange. They essentially now immediately have thousands of investors, and so you really have to treat each investor as important in their opinion as something worth considering. Of course, you have to take that and ensure that you balance that with what's good for the company in general. But it's really important to make investors feel that they're heard. And so the community it all comes down then to the community and how you manage that community. And so to maintain engagement, it helps to do these things like contests, giveaways, taking feedback from the community in terms of asking them what features that they want, what are the things that they're most looking forward to. So building that community engagement can be very, very, very important in making sure that your diehard fans keep holding your token. And of course, even people that maybe aren't contributing to your community, are maybe not engaging in your community, are watching that community grow and engage. And so they're making buying decisions based on how active they feel like that community is, regardless of whether they themselves are in that community.
Okay, yeah, and thank you for sharing this investors side of the situation. And I have a question about the most productive way of reaching out to investors. So could you please provide us a couple of tips and tricks?
Sure. So I think a really good thing is to look at investors that have invested in companies similar to yours. So, for example, if you're a Launchpad, ensure that the institutional investors that you're approaching have previously invested in Launchpads. If you're a game, ensure that that is a sector, for example, that that investor that you're approaching is interested in. A lot of times, investors will be interested in certain sectors, like they'll be interested even within crypto, for example. They might be interested in AI. They may be interested in healthcare. They may be interested in big data or metaverse. And you can tell that based off of their previous investments, right? So that's how you try to figure out who are good investors to approach. A lot of times, a particular company in this investor's portfolio might be a really good complement to what you are doing. And so that would be a good investor to approach, because let's say he might be able to put you in touch with that company, and now you're bigger than the sum of your parts. Meanwhile, there are some investors that maybe don't get along with other investors. So you have to sort of decide what clique you want to go with. and ensure that you're not because some investors will not invest if other investors are on board. And so the best way to do that is to look at other companies and kind of see what is the cabals of people that have invested in them. So you'll see, let's say, what are the institutional investors in recent projects that have launched, and you'll see a few names that come up over and over again together, and you'll notice that these guys will tend to invest together, and so then those are the guys that would be a good to approach as a cabal, because you get one, you'll likely get the others, and then you move on to the next. So that's sort of a good way of doing it. I think it really helps to lean on partners, relationships that you have with investors, or personal relationships that you have with investors, or for example, a launch pad. So like at Lunum, for example, we have relationships with, I think, 40 institutional investors. We'll sometimes take projects to them, but usually it's projects that already have some institutional backing, because our investors don't like investing in projects that don't have at least some earlier institutional backing. So I think the hardest is sort of the first check, and then once they get that, it can move pretty quickly, particularly if they're because most good projects, there are more there's more money in the industry than there are good projects to put that money in. So once there's a good project, assuming you have the right investors in there, now that token is scarce because there's only so much of those tokens that will be sold at a discount prior to that token hitting an exchange. At that point, the token will immediately 10x, 20x. So there's only a limited number of tokens that are even out in the system before that. And so once a company gets identified as a good company, it becomes very, very, very easy for them to raise funds because they've already raised a certain amount. And so the other investors are sure that they will get to their goal. And so now it's just a question of who helps them first, and so who can get the greatest return on that.
Okay, thank you. And speaking about the stages, I remember you talked about having a working prototype. That it's pretty important to kind of affect the investors' perception about the startup. And my question isn't that too early to be at the stage of an MVP or at the stage of a working prototype to reach out to investors?
No. In fact, I've reached out to investors without even having an MVP, and I've actually got an investment. So it really depends on the team. So for a previous company, my co-founder was Gene Hoffman. Gene Hoffman went on to co-found Chia Networks with Bram Cohen, who founded BitTorrent. And so when we raised funds early on, we didn't even have a prototype, but Gene had built massive software on a massive scale, and had already sold his company for like ridiculous amounts of money. So there was no question about whether we could build it or not. It was just a question of whether we would build it, right? And so if your team is good enough, your CTO, for example, has enough experience building products on a massive scale, it's almost not even important to have the product built or even a prototype built. Investors will trust you if you give them your word that you're going to do it based off of your previous track record, right? If you have companies in the past that you've massively been successful, you're not going to be lying about this. So it's not as important as a lot of people think. And so, I've raised money. So with Ad Lunum, when we raised funds, we raised $1 million in 24 hours. We raised the other $2 million in like 5 days. And we didn't even have, we had a very, very, very basic prototype, like a version like -1. I wouldn't even call it a version 1. It was just very, very, very basic in terms of like, it could just sort of overall give the investors an idea of what we hope to achieve. And then of course they trusted us, and subsequently we built the platform. We're on version 2.1 of it. And so we were able to prove our investors' faith founded. But again, what we were building was not technologically challenging. And so it was easier for them to trust us. Now, if we were saying something like, hey, we're going to do this thing that's never been done before, and it's highly technical, well, then it obviously becomes much more important to have a prototype.
Okay, so as far as I understand now, when the product itself is not that technologically difficult, it's pretty obvious for an investor for an investor to believe. And is there anything else that can be a strong evidence? If, for example, let's assume that somebody doesn't have a working prototype, but still he or she or they want to provide some kind of evidences that they want to make themselves to make the investor to trust themselves, and what could be other evidences that can make the investors trust?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think, like I mentioned earlier, the team is massive. So if you're a founder, but you manage to recruit, let's say, 2 or 3 other people, you better should get them to buy into your idea. And they are very, very legitimate people on themselves. So, for example, a guy who has previously founded, a very successful company, he's now decided he's left that company, and now he's decided to come work with you. That's a huge vote of confidence, right? Sometimes if the company has partnerships, so let's say, for example, we had some very, very good early on partnerships with venture studios, so we were able to put that on our deck, so that helped build our credibility as well. Also the relationships that we had. Then my previous background as an entrepreneur, I've been an entrepreneur since I was like 13. So there was quite a bit of information about me out there, and there's also quite a bit of information about both my co-founders. So I think that also helps in terms of building, building trust. So there's a lot of other things that probably are worth more, are probably more important than having a prototype built. And that I think a lot of that, because again, even if you have a prototype built, if the entrepreneur is somebody who's untrustworthy, then that doesn't mean anything, right? Because he could take your money, go off, blow it, buy a Lamborghini or whatever, and then you never hear from him again. So it's not just that the product matters, but also who that entrepreneur is, who vouches for him, what's his previous his previous history. Now, if he's been in a position where he could have, for example, taken money from, has he been in a position, for example, where he's been a custodian of a large amount of money? That matters as well, right? Because it's very, very, like, it's much more difficult than you would imagine for somebody to just hold on to like millions of dollars in this thing without just going off and spending it. A lot of entrepreneurs do just go off and start, going on spending sprees. So has this entrepreneur, previously been in charge of large amounts of money and been able to manage it in a way as opposed to just go blow it, right? These are things that you look at. So.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And so with the invention of such kind of investing platforms for attracting investments and so on, what would be the future of institutions like venture studios, like startup accelerators, innovation hubs, and other types of supporting institutions?
So I think they play a lot of they play a very similar role in that both launchpads, institutional investors, angel investors, they all go toward essentially endorsing the project, right? So for example, if an accelerator has decided to accelerate your project, that means that it's done a certain degree of due diligence on your project and has seen that your project is worth investing in, right? And so that's one degree of due diligence. If an investor does the same, institutional investor, that also tells accelerators, for example, that there's some something of value here. So it's sort of a combination of these things. I don't think any one thing is necessary over the other. So for example, can an accelerator take the place of the launchpad? No, because they all sort of play unique parts in their own ecosystem. However, every one of these things go toward building the brand's reputation and building trust in the brand. So, for example, I'm a mentor at the Stanford AI Web3 Research Lab, and essentially, of course, if you're supported by them, that means a lot. They have a really great brand. If you're supported by another university, that can also mean a lot. If you come through certain accelerators, that can mean a lot. So there's obviously a combination of these things. I don't think, and yeah, like I said, institutional investors, what a retail investor will look at when they're making a decision would be, what launchpad are they launching on? What institutional investors do they have? What institutional backing do they have? So maybe they have a partnership with them, with a really large brand. However they got that, it doesn't matter. But if they have that partnership, it matters. So for example, I invested in a project that was a web streaming platform. And I asked the guy, I said, hey, you have a lot of content here. Do you have the rights to this content? And he was like, well, my company has like essentially a permanent lease on the rights. And I said, well, how does that work? And so it turns out that he was like the son-in-law of this the chairman of this company that owned all the rights to this stuff, and they'd essentially just let him use all the digital rights for all the movies that they made. And so again, it doesn't matter how this person is hooked up, what is it, but if they've got something that's unique, a unique USP that nobody else can touch, then that's something that you would definitely consider.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think that was the last question, but still, if our conversation will keep going in our chat, I'd like to remind our audience to join our Telegram chat. If you have any questions, just ask them there, and we will be able to address them to Jason in the upcoming hours or days. Feel free to ask any questions, even if you're watching this as a recording. I think that's it for today for this session. That was very insightful. Thank you so much, Jason, for coming with such a great content, for delivering such a great presentation, and sharing all that tips and tricks and methods and tools that startups can use to attract investments. I think that topic was pretty unique for our conference agenda. We were very, very happy to host you at the Blockchain Community Day conference.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody in the audience. Appreciate you guys listening. Follow me at jason.dotx and our company at Adlunum Inc. And yeah, feel free to shoot me any questions. Happy to chat with anybody. Thank you so much. Y'all have a great day.
Thanks, Jason. And we will be back in 10 minutes with our next session. So we have 3 sessions ahead today, and our next session will be dedicated to the topic of DeFi development trends 2024 and what we are building on top of it together with Artem Bessonov. Please stay tuned. We will be back in 9 minutes already.
забыл, ты же просил на новости что-то посмотреть, да? Ну, в принципе, недолго будем гулять. Где-то к 9 норм тебе, да? Надеюсь.
Да, можешь не торопиться. Я все равно сейчас пока на конференции. Hi again. So welcome back to our next talk at the Blockchain Community Day conference. We have 3 talks ahead, and our next talk will be dedicated to the topic of DeFi development trends 2024 and what we are building on top of it, which will be delivered by Artyom Besonov. He's a BD at build.decommerce.io. Hi, Artyom.
Hi, Alec.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining. And before we start and proceed with your presentation, I'd like to remind to our audience to join our Telegram chat and to leave your questions in the live chat wherever you are watching this. And we will try to go through the questions at the end of our today's session. So I think we can now bring up your presentation. You can start with introducing yourself and say a couple of welcoming words. And after that, we will be good to continue. Good luck to you, Artyom.
Thank you, Alec. First of all, thank you guys for the invitation. Thank you that you helped me to join this conference. Especially thank you to you, Alec and Artyom, who helped me onboard it easily to this event. So as maybe someone doesn't know that I'm a business development manager inside Decommerce team, which is basically a part of the broader ecosystem of free commerce. And I'm author of my own channel called Crypto Lamer in Telegram, so you may check it here. It's basically in Russian, so if you're okay with it, so please join there. So let's start with the slides here, I suppose. I don't want to deep dive into the DeFi basics deeply, because we're kind of professionals, all of us here watching this. So I just want to admit that the space, the market sector, has evolved drastically during the time since 2020. And even the definition of DeFi evolved with the space itself, and all the features that are related to the DeFi right now are about to discuss, and it's a topic for a separate discussion, I suppose. But things has changed drastically. I want to remind that the base layer of all DeFi and why it was boosted so hard in 2020 was basically the acceptance of the concept of liquidity pools. So when we shifted drastically from peer-to-peer financial products onto liquidity pool systems. Right now, I couldn't say that the peer-to-peer models has disappeared. No, even within one product, they both liquidity pools and peer-to-peer models can coexist easily and successfully, which is also great with different products. This is defined numbers data for the June 7th, last Friday. As you may see that the market, in terms of total value locked, that this market sector grows with the same amount of percentage as the whole crypto this year, which are basically the sign that there is not so much hype around DeFi this year comparing 2021, 2020. And it also depends on the macro environment, as you may see on the stablecoin market cap, that didn't grow drastically in terms of additional sources of the new liquidity in the space, because basically it's a part of the macro environment too. So this is the DeFi map. I made it by myself, so you may not follow it strictly. I just want to show how the space evolved during these years and how this became big enough. Yeah, so lots of different subsections within this DeFi space, a lot of relationship between things outside DeFi space, but that are directly involved into different DeFi protocols. So you may see these relations with arrows. Just for your information. So let's start with the trends. Here are some remarks, some disclaimer here. It's my own review based on the numbers and data that are publicly available. Also, there is the result of my discussions with different protocols, projects, team members on conferences, in direct talks, with key opinion leaders, influencers, with my own experience while I'm using different DeFi protocols. The word development here in the topic is broadly related to the concepts not only of the development narratives itself, by themselves, but also the marketing, product development, and other stuff. And these trends are related to mostly open and tokenized systems. So I'm not going to talk about CBDCs or other proprietary development. This is mostly open source development within the tokenized crypto space. So let's start. I believe the hottest topic and the hottest sector right now is restaking, which is related to restaking. Restaking itself is the protocol layer development, not actually the DeFi space directly, but derivative of the restaking is basically a part of the right now. It's very huge part of the DeFi space. So restaking itself, it's related to the delegation or reuse of the validator stake for securing novel protocols, networks, oracles, bridges. That actually doesn't matter. In exchange for additional rewards from those secure protocols, these rewards going to those who are restaking. Basically, it's validators of the base chain. Base chain could be different chains, and not going to be especially one chain, like Ethereum. It could be different chains. So restaking works, and restaking protocols is developing for Solana, Cosmos, and other chains. So the thing here, so I can show you the scheme here. So on the left side, you see highly secured blockchain. In this example, it's Ethereum. This is how EigenLayer basically works, the basic restaking protocol. So this is highly secured with a large validation set network. And what's doing the restaking protocol? The restaking protocol is shifting the part, getting the part of the base layer security and transfer it to something called active validation set to validate novel protocols that on the right side with a lower security. So this is how it basically works. And in terms of DeFi, because restaking positions are basically liquid, like all the staking one. So because they are illiquid, you couldn't sell it. You can withdraw it in the second you decided to withdraw funds from the restaking. You cannot use it as collateral, so it's illiquid. So on behalf of yours, so if you want to take part in the restaking, so you may put your funds in the third-party protocol, and they restake your funds on your behalf, delivering you the liquid restaking derivative token, which is liquid, so you may use it within whole DeFi space. So you may exchange it, so you may use it as a collateral for issuing stable coins or issuing or make a loan or something like that. So right now there are more than 20 liquid restaking protocols, and the numbers are growing. And liquid restaking TVL is right now around $15 billion, and Ether is a leader with $6.5 billion TVL here. Another trending sector here is the real-world assets tokenization, and the projects who are working with this problematic. The largest news of the first quarter of this year was related to BlackRock hedge fund that started its new real-world asset tokenization fund on the Ethereum network. There is also the development from Polygon called Libra. It's also the tokenization fund and infrastructure, especially for huge hedge funds and other big players. So I would say this is a kind of cool tool for example, in times of a bear market with the low liquidity conditions, yes, and high interest rates of central banks and Fed rate of US government. There is a very nice tool to create passive income with the tokenization within DeFi space. More than that, it's a great way to not only to put your money into work or something, so you can create the mechanism to release this liquidity, this additional liquidity sources. For example, you may use real world asset tokenization as the stablecoin issuance collateral. So you may use it as a collateral for the debt position, for loans, or like trade in speculative way, or create margin positions and so on. So it creates additional sources on liquidity. So right now, the largest player here is Ondo, which market cap is $2 billion. And both, like the biggest players, Centrifuge and Ondo here, has TVL more than $50 million. And the interesting thing here that basically Centrifuge and Ondo real world asset tokenization is standing within these protocols. They're not going out on the open market. And novel developments, they will work mostly like Tether and other centralized stable coins. So the issuer, so you have to pass KYC and be white labeled to issue real world tokenized assets, but they will be used openly for any participant who wish to trade them on the centralized exchange or use it in any other way within DeFi space. Moreover, a lot of development related to real estate tokenization, for example, Parcel.co on Solana network and other protocols here. So it's a huge hot topic for development right now. This is some real-world assets and numbers. So as you may see, Fed fund debt tokenization crossed 2 billion in the second quarter. There is no need right now, thanks to DeFi, thanks to liquid staking, thanks to T-bill tokenization, there is no need to hold your funds on Ethereum account directly. To put your money into work, there is enough, just enough to transfer your funds to the novel rollups, which uses those layer 1 DeFi protocols on your behalf to generate yield. So you may hold your funds on novel developments like Blast, Mantle, Mantar, and other, and they just use your funds on the Ethereum chain to make some additional revenue for you using these DeFi protocols. While you're using some DeFi stuff or other stuff or trading NFTs, doesn't matter, on their own chains, on Blast, for example. So while trading on Blast, so you are getting additional yield just for holding assets like Ethereum or stable coins on your accounts. So while you're bridging funds, they just sign this amount to your account on Blast system, but put your Ethereum into work on Lido, for example, and generate yield on your Ethereum. So when you withdraw funds from Blast network, they just calculate your yield based on the amount of funds and time you hold the asset in this chain, and like deliver you additional income directly when you withdraw funds from the Blast network to Ethereum. A lot of development related to hybrid architecture. So when we're talking about decentralization right now and the obligation of decentralization, right now for me it sounds like a meme. Centralized doesn't exactly mean bad. So part of the functionality could be potentially centralized, and it's okay in terms of real-world asset tokenization to tokenize funds with the white-labeled custodial for storage and managing those tokenized assets. It's pretty okay. And for example, decentralized perpetual protocol trading platforms, they're using on-chain mechanics to settle and execute trades, but for matching orders, they use like centralized engine, and that's also okay in terms of the customer experience. So just do what is better for your customer. Decentralization is not the obligation anymore. It's okay. And when we're talking about decentralized aspects of DeFi, we're also talking about super apps. We don't have such financial tool like Revolut still in crypto. Maybe it will be in the future. It will be like Telegram app with their mini apps and their custodial wallet, novel custodial wallet for payments, for crypto holding. Maybe it will be. So you may check also things like Coin91, 98, Zerion, or Cian as the kind of first iteration of potential super apps, financial super apps within crypto space. Another thing which is related to the DeFi development is actually the creation of your own chain for your specific application. So like 4 years ago, to create your own chain, you have to choose what network you should to be on, or to think of development of your novel chain with your own consensus mechanism, with your own execution, validation rules, and so on and so forth, which is very time consuming and costs really huge sums, huge amounts of funds to do so. But right now, with those development stacks like Opstack or Arbitrum Orbit or SDK for the chain creation like Altlayer, so you may create your own chain with your own settings, with your own consensus, with your own data availability layer, and just few lines of code, and even within like few clicks of your mouse. You don't need to worry about block space anymore and fight with competitors. So you create your own chain for your purposes, for your own functionality, which is very common right now for example, for those hybrid perpetual DEXs. A lot of them, they use their own chains like Ivo, Hyperliquid, RabbitX, and so on. Even like those NFT metaverses like Bored Apes Yacht Club, they will use Arbitrum Orbit for creation their own chain for their own metaverse. So it's a common stuff to create your decentralized DeFi application, to run your own chain right now. It's the common thing. On the contrary side, on the opposite side of the coin, because of there are a lot of different app chains right now, there is the problem of liquidity fragmentation. So even the same stable coin on different chains could be really different and not related to the issuer of those stable coins. So there are like several USDC on Arbitrum network and so on. That's why there is a problem of unification of liquidity, and like protocols like Layer 0, they're working on so-called omni-chain token standards, where the token could be potentially the same, like the same in terms of, I just tell it's not so technical, but just to understand, it will be the same, for example, for centralized exchange, to deposit funds from any source or any network for stablecoin or other token. It actually doesn't matter for them anymore, and it's kind of cool. The example of this is so-called BTCB, which was first like native Bitcoin, wrapped Bitcoin for Avalanche network, but then it like was spreaded with the help of Layer 0, like beyond Avalanche. And right now, this market cap like more than 200 million, and at all-time high. There was more than $500 million of BTCB on different chains and networks. Another example of this interoperability is Cosmos interoperability interface called IBC. It gets more and more traction because it's unified within Cosmos space, and it could be potentially brought to EVM and Solana chains with the projects like Polymer, and monthly volume of IBC transfers reach $500 million, which is kind of great for the Cosmos ecosystem. Another huge development trend of the last year, it's the usage of intent-based models. So in intent-centric environment, users, they express their desires and rely on the third-party so-called agents to fulfill their desires while maintaining the control of funds themselves. So in intent-based models, what's important is what, not how. So this is the example on the screenshot from Ken Guriel. So it actually doesn't matter for me who is going to create those Hawaiian pizza for me, who will deliver it, on what way the courier will choose to deliver those pizza. I just want to my Hawaiian pizza at my door at 8 p.m. and I will pay $20 for it. That's it. All other stuff on the third-party agent. So this is how it works within DeFi right now. It's very common stuff for the routing and aggregation on the spot DEXs. Right now, it's spread beyond to the perpetual DEXs aggregation, and for questions of liquidity aggregation, it's very useful. It could be potentially useful also for the circles of intents. For example, if three parties of the deal have like different intents, but they circle in each other, that's also okay to resolve like those circles. For example, A has some NFT, want to sell it for USDC, B have Ethereum and one wants to buy this NFT but don't have USDC, and C has USDC and want to sell it for Ethereum. So three of them, they create this circle of intents, and it's useful to use such a model to resolve such a circle. So this is how it works here. In terms of UI and UX improvements, we're all talking, of course, about account abstraction in different ways and different improvement proposals within Ethereum ecosystem. A few weeks ago, Vitalik proposed EIP 7702, which is temporarily incorporate the smart contract code within your externally owned account you control with your private key for the lifetime of just one transaction. So for the one transaction, your own private key controlled account will be a part of smart contract functionality. This creates like infinite possibilities for onboarding and usage of externally owned accounts without even need to know about signing processes, private keys, seed phrases, and so on. Another popular stuff for onboarding users easily is social authentication, social recovery, and usage of the passkeys. For example, I suppose you all see passkeys within application called Infinex or within Coinbase Wallet. Now it uses passkeys to create your own accounts, to create passkey with your device, like mobile phone on the laptop. It actually doesn't matter, and very useful. And many of the protocols, many of the novel chains, they incorporate account abstraction on the protocol level. For example, zkSync, Fuel, Starknet, they all have account abstraction incorporated into the code of the protocols. And the user operations amount within this account abstraction field is growing drastically. I checked the numbers. It's doubled for the past 3 months, comparing for the whole previous time, more than like a year and a half, where like smart contracts, user operations, account abstraction, user operations existed, which is very cool. Last two trends, they are mostly related to marketing stuff. Yeah. So first of all is gamification of the processes of the protocol usage. It's broadly common thing for the whole applications, like non-DeFi also. But it's very popular within DeFi space. So those point systems, social engagement, NFTs, usage of the NFTs to boost something, to increase your yields, and so on. Referral systems, cross integration between different protocols for creation additional engagement. All of these things, they help to onboard and create a sticky user base. and increase user retention. Indirect impact of that movement of those point systems is the increase in yields in different DeFi protocols. For example, as you may see on the slide, why so? Because, for example, for the novel spot DEX on the Blast, so to get the airdrop, you need to get more points. To get more points, you need to make swaps daily. Yeah, so daily swaps obligation creates more swaps. More swaps create more fees creates more yield for the liquidity providers. So this is actually how it works. New meta here, of course, is the tapping applications in Telegram. Yeah, like Notcoin, Blum, and so on. They even don't have those DeFi products. They they tried to release, like they're planning to release. I don't know how to put it, but just this TapTG mini app game is very common stuff these days, like the new meta. But on the other side of the coin, so if you're going to run your own point system, so you have to understand where and when it will going to be ended, because like when you create while point system is a great opportunity to create a user base, the space realizes these numbers that are created by those systems are like not naturally sustainable. So the issue here is also how to attract users after new airdrops and so on. And on the other slide, there are examples of the like good and the bad retention. On the left side, there is a bad retention example. On the right side, there is good retention examples. And the last thing in terms of trends, there is a mimification of the space. Your product might be mediocre or like not suitable, not work at all. But the importance of growth, it's like post airdrops question. To capture human attention, you need to create content and the story and for building the user base. So the more interesting the story, the more user attention you're buying, the more interesting your product to the space. For example, Hyperliquid released their own meme coin called Pur. So trading platforms started with a meme coin that was very popular. Meme coins, not like the question of how irrational this market, how it's like you cannot like even understand it, but it's a good way to test your product, your market, your users, and just think of it like beyond, like out of the box. So be irrational. It's the good sign to create a very good hyped product even within DeFi space. So the last slide is what we're working on. This is basically a novel trading terminal with account abstraction called Steer. You may check it with steer.trade. It's open, but it's in alpha. Because it's alpha, there are additional risks, so use it on your own behalf with attention. There is like social logging, gas abstraction, different account abstraction features, and we're using something we call session keys to create additional opportunities for traders to create automation and their trading experience as close to the centralized exchange as possible with those novel stuff like modular accounts, account abstraction, and so on. So Alex, that's it basically from my side. A few words of just main problems of the sector right now. We can discuss it if we have some time. And if you need to find me, this is the slide for you. That's it.
Thank you so much, Artyom, for sharing such a great presentation and so going deep sometimes in certain areas. And I've been looking through the live chat and see a lot of comments addressed to you as Crypto Lamer. And since we are running out of time before the next talk, I think we can choose the best question and provide a short answer to that. And the rest of the questions will be answered in written form. So the question says, can you describe a day of a DeFi expert life? Is it more about reading Twitter, looking for important information, or is it about using technical tools like keeping an eye on dashboards in something like Dune Analytics, or is it reading smart contracts of new projects, how to accumulate relevant experiences and not miss opportunities?
That's a great question. When you were talking about missing opportunities, so you need to be really, really early when there is no narrative or there is no trade, for example, like SocialFi, and those forecast drops you got. So you need to be in the space early, as it was for me, like in 2018, where there was no DeFi, but there was like MakerDAO and like first iteration of Aave, and I've started interest in those times. So you should accumulate as many information as possible from the notable sources. Of course, I prefer to, first of all, to read documentation directly of the novel developments I see when I see something useful for the space from my perspective. So I started with the documentation, with the white paper and so on. The second thing is, of course, to look at numbers and number growth. You may use like different dashboards like Dune, for example. If we're talking about speculation part, there is like more this should be like deeper talk about that, but we don't have the time for that. It's something different, but if you wish to start, I believe you should start with documentation, then check some notable sources for some numbers, and the third and most important thing, to try it on your own, just to feel the product, and how you like it by yourself.
Thank you so much for sharing those tips and recommendations. I think we can answer the rest of the questions in written form. We have 2 extra questions. Thank you so much, Artyom, for being with us today and for sharing such a great presentation. Hope to see you again in the future.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for those amazing conference. I'm going to continue watching another talks and speech. Really fun.
Sure. Thanks. Of course. Feel free. And we have two sessions ahead, and I'd like to ask our facilitator to do the transition so that we could proceed to the next talk, which will be dedicated to the topic of using blockchain to bring transparency to the food supply chain.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. I think we are now back for our next session, and this time we are going to talk about using blockchain to bring transparency to the food supply chain, together with Will Taylor, who is the president at Grow United. Hi, Will.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Thank you for joining. And I think without further ado, we can proceed to your presentation, and we can now see your presentation. You can just say a couple of opening words, introduce yourself, and we are good to start. Good luck to you.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you all for being here. So my name is Will Taylor. I am the co-founder of Grow United, which is a company that launched the Grow blockchain. And our goal is to harness blockchain technology to nourish people, animals, and the planet. And so my goal today, if you look at the kind of crypto and blockchain world, one of the things that I believe is RWAs is the next wave of how we leverage blockchain into real world use cases, to where we have the world using blockchain on a daily basis and we're using those projects. So we have taken real world assets, food, and brought that into the blockchain. And my goal today is to show you exactly how we're doing that, how we're leveraging that, and our goals for the future. So quick backstory, who the heck am I? Why should you listen to me? So when I was in college, I was actually a rugby player, and I loved health and fitness. And when I graduated and I stopped playing, I started buying up gyms. And so I ran CrossFit gyms. I bought a couple of them. And one of my best friends from college, a guy that I played rugby with, he called me one day and he said, "Hey, I'm a little fat. I've gained some weight. Can you help me lose it?" I said, "Absolutely." So I started working with him and his entire team. But the cool thing about him is if you look at these pictures on the right, that meat that I'm holding up and everything in the background is his family farm. And so what we realized was that if all he did was eat the food that his family grew, he lost weight, he felt better, and he had a more vital life. And that led to he and I looking at, man, this is amazing. If we just eat healthy food and we can track everything that's inside of that, everybody should feel better. And so that led, actually, this is my last day in my gym. So that was one of my CrossFit gyms. And I actually shut that down in order to found the company Grow United, which has the mission of nourishing people, animals, and the planet by leveraging blockchain. So I'm going to show you guys a software or a project that we're working on that has helped us track and trace food. We started building that about 7 years ago. And about 3 years ago, we ran into the blockchain. I was relatively unfamiliar at that point, other than the rest of the world with Bitcoin and Ethereum. But we knew that if we could have immutability and be able to track assets like you could in the digital world, but we could do it with real food and all of the assets that we were growing on the farms, that we really had something. And so about 1.5 years ago, we launched the Grow blockchain with the goal to nourish people, so ourselves, the animals, and most importantly, the planet that we live on, and leverage blockchain in order to do it. So I'm going to go through today and show you the projects that we are doing to do this. Our overall vision is to decentralize the global ag and farming industry. Why is decentralization needed? So decentralization, if you look at this graphic right here, is definitely needed inside of the food and ag space because there's 10 companies that essentially control the entire food industry. And we believe that anytime you get massive centralization, it leads to issues and it leads to where the actual users and the people that are on the platform aren't the ones that are actually benefiting. And so our goal outside of all of our projects is to actually decentralize the food space and make sure that the users or the people that are growing and the people that are eating food actually can have power within it. And so we take that from a centralized system here on the left into a true blockchain. And I won't go too much into this because I know every single person in this conference knows what is blockchain, but our ability to have publicly shared data, have it be immutable, and then record and track real world assets in the digital world. And one thing that's really interesting on the publicly shared piece is just our ability to have data that we trust. One of the beauties that I look at in the entire blockchain space is our ability to have transparency, trust, and data ownership inside what is happening of the things on chain. And when you look at the food space, when you look at where our food comes from, maybe some of you have seen a documentary about what actually goes into our food or what actually goes into raising the animals. Most of that inside of the current centralized system are things most of us would not agree with. And then why the Grow blockchain? Some things that think about. One is node utility. So the way that we create true decentralization is everything is run off of a node network. For kind of some fun stats for everyone here that are familiar with miners and node networks, we currently have just under 24,000 active nodes processing data, putting data on chain, and mining our native Grow token today in over 144 countries. And we've done that over since January 16th, actually, of this year. Our token utility. So our token was just recently listed on CoinMarketCap Cap as well as Coinbase. And then real assets and our team. We have a team of people. One of the biggest Bitcoin in the miners is behind our Bitcoin miners in North America is behind our project. And we just have real assets. You've heard me say it many times. I believe that the future of blockchain to the world is going to be tied to projects that can map real world assets inside of the digital world with their blockchain. So we have two people that we think about all the time. And most of you are going to fit into camp number 2, but camp number 1 is the producers and the farmers. We have to make the producers the hero of the story again. And here's an example to prove this. So this is one of our partner farms. They have about 17,000 acres and 50,000 cows on their farm. And in the US Thanksgiving in 2023, so that's in November, this was their Thanksgiving day. They had a massive fire that burned over $1 million of hay. And while most of us Americans were stuffing our face with pie and turkey and mashed potatoes and gravy, they had to go put out this entire fire where they lost all of that money, all of that hay, and all of that time. And nobody knows. The price that they sell that hay at, the price that they sell their beef at, their dairy at, that those cows that ate this hay is not reflected by anything that they went through. And that's a problem. The other one is most of us. So I'm going to make a bet here in a second with all of you, but we have to return our confidence and trust in the quality and source of our food. And here's my bet. So I'm willing to actually drop some of our tokens to anybody on this call, and you can tell me if you can win the bet in the chat, but you got to play with me for a second. So I want you to think about the last 72 hours, okay, the last 3 days. So for me, I'm in Puerto Rico right now. It's about 10:45 a.m. All I've had so far today is water. But yesterday I had some beef. I had a Philly cheesesteak sandwich. Think about the food that you ate and the things that you drank. And then I want you to think about, do you know where that food came from? And then do you know what went into growing that food? Do you know where it was planted? Do you know what went into it? Was there any fertilizer? If you had any animal products, do you know what that animal was fed? And then lastly, do you know the carbon footprint of that food that you ate? And if you can answer yes to any of those questions, then I will send you some Grow Token and some Bitcoin. And the reason I'm so confident in that is I've given this presentation hundreds of times to tens of thousands of people, and I have never lost that bet. And that is the goal of the Grow blockchain, is to leverage blockchain technology to track real world assets so that every single one of us know exactly where our food came from, so that we can accomplish this mission of nourishing the world with transparency, traceability, and trust. And so the Grow blockchain ecosystem is a blockchain for all agriculture related products and services. So the way we think about this is we are the base layer. We are a layer 1 blockchain for anything that can become in this space. So it looks very similar to this slide right here. We have these companies here that we have partnered with to help track and trace where things are grown, trace the food supply chain, distribute, creating an online digital marketplace that accepts both fiat and cryptocurrencies, to capture carbon and track the chain of custody of those credits. How do we help using and leveraging the crypto space to help farmers get out of the banking space and actually finance themselves? And then how do we educate every single person about this? And that is the Grow blockchain. So it's an agricultural focused, highly versatile platform meant for deep integrations across an entire ecosystem of ag tech opportunities. And so now I want to show you some of our projects that currently exist. So this is an app that my best friend and I developed that led us into the blockchain world, and it's called FarmTracer. And so right now you can go to farmtracer.com. And when you type that in, if you put in, I'm going to put all of you, I'll actually put in the chat right now, 64761 is the number. So if you type in 64761 or you scan this QR code, what that will actually do is it will show you everything that went into that food. And so the mission of this project specifically is to create consumer trust through transparent production. And what happens in this is on that QR code. You scan that QR code, and then it shows you everything about that piece of beef. So it shows you where it was born, where it was grown, or where it grew up, everything that it ate down to the half of a pound, and it shows you where it was killed and the carbon footprint of that cow. Now, why does this matter? Why is this even cool? So I'm going to make another bet with all of you that you know the company Amazon. And so Amazon, a few years ago, bought the Climate Pledge Arena. This is where the old NBA team, the Seattle, or not the Seahawks, the Supersonics used to play. And when they bought it, they named the arena Climate Pledge Arena, and they came up with all of these stipulations on the food that could come in. So they had to be carbon neutral, it had to be locally grown, and Royal Ranch was the only beef that fit all of the stipulations because they were tracking and tracing their inputs using our Farm Tracer project. Well, that is now a multiple seven-figure annual contract and has led to partnerships with the NHL team, the Kraken, and the NFL, the Seattle Seahawks. In fact, in about 4 days, our partner ranch, Royal Family Farming, will be having a farmer's market with the Seattle Seahawks to feed them throughout their upcoming season with blockchain tracked food. We're also using the same technology with some partners in the cannabis supply chain. So if you look at the food industry, it's a voluntary market, meaning that they don't have to track and trace everything right now, but in the cannabis space, they have to. And so we're helping people get their strains on the blockchain and track and trace inside of our project. And so Farm Tracer provides anonymous traceability, data and transparency, and immutability. And this is a really big key. Like most of us in the Web3 space, we care about our data, we care about ownership. It's the same with producers and farmers. They do not want their data out to a centralized or governing body. But when you put in the blockchain and the ability to run their own nodes and be able to own their data, they are then willing to put this data into the blockchain, which is a massive step forward for humanity, because now with that data owned inside of a decentralized blockchain, we can then know what are the best practices to actually grow food. And that leads us into our next project, which we call Carbon Ag, which is helping create a carbon neutral world by 2050. The mission of this is to nourish the earth through regenerative farming sequestration. And if you're unfamiliar with carbon credits, let me just give you a high level overview. There's this market that exists today to buy credits, and credits can be received by mitigation, which is focusing on reducing the amount of carbon that you emit, or where we focus, which is sequestration. And this focuses on capturing carbon from the atmosphere and storing it in natural sinks or human-made systems. And so one way to do this is actually with cattle. And so one of our partners owns the largest worm farm in the world. And what he does, if any of you have been around cows, they poop and they pee a lot. Well, instead of this poop and pee going into a big pool or a big sewage pipe, what one of our farmers actually does is he takes all of it, runs it through pipes, and then sprinkles it over the largest worm bed in the world. And what happens is those worms eat all of that waste, the poop that came from the cow, and they turn it into worm castings. And in that process, they actually sequester carbon. And so this market right here, if you look at this, in 2023, the carbon credit market was $414 billion and is set to be over $1 trillion by 2030. So our partner was able to make multiple seven figures in profit the last 2 years by taking these carbon credits, using good regenerative sustainable practices that nourish the world, and then sell those. And so what we are able to do with the blockchain is solve a massive problem in this space. So if you look at the bottom right-hand corner of this slide, transparency and traceability issues are expected to hamper the growth of the market. So what has happened in this carbon credit space is you've had these amazing regenerative practices that nourish the earth that then create a credit, and then those credits are sold. Well, no one was tracking or verifying well the information that was actually going in to create a carbon credit. And so you have massive Fortune 100 companies like Delta who buy a credit that they don't know exactly where it's come from or the data that went into it. And now they're in $1 billion lawsuit because they claimed carbon neutrality via buying carbon credits, but the credits that they were buying were actually falsified. And so what we do in the Grow blockchain as well is we create an NFT, and inside of that NFT, we put all of the data and the verification to actually create that credit from the originator. And then we follow the chain of custody of that credit from where it was originated all the way into where it was bought, where it was purchased, and then what it was used against to claim carbon neutrality. We also have partners that work with us in Grow boxes. So right now you see these boxes on the right. These can grow the equivalent of 160 acres of wheat in one box using 2% of the water. And what's cool about that is we could take that all over the world to provide renewable, sustainable, and cost-efficient food that combats climate change to improve the welfare of animals and people on the planet. And why animal feed with that product? Because 60% of all animal ag costs come from feed. 30% of all fresh water worldwide is used for animal feed. And there's a $350 billion total addressable market for animal feed. And so with our technology, we can actually go in and take the data. These boxes are actually run by AI, and that AI puts all of the data into the blockchain, and then we can see what are the best practices to grow and feed our animals, especially in places like Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Africa, where they don't have enough water to grow animals and feed animals like we do in places in Europe and the United States. And so our last big piece is what we call our Nourish Marketplace. And this is a direct-to-consumer digital marketplace that connects us with the origins of our food. So it takes all of our projects and it says, hey, we can actually buy food that is fully traced on the blockchain, completely immutable, and we can use crypto to do it. And so this is alpha tested right now. We have multiple partners and more adding every single day to both use our native Grow token as well as other crypto and fiat currency to buy food or real world assets that have been tracked and traced on the blockchain. And so I always like to talk about how can people be involved with what we're doing. If anything that I say resonated with you today, here's how you could be involved with us, because Web 1, 2, and 3. So I know most of us here come from the blockchain space, but I like to reiterate it. Web 1 was the information economy. It was when Google and Yahoo came along, and all of a sudden the entire world had this information at their fingertips. Then the platform economy came along. That's where we as consumers were able to start creating, and it made it much easier. So the social media platforms, the Shopifys of the world, the Wix, the Squarespaces, the WordPresses, all of a sudden now it was much easier to go create inside of this digital world and build on it. However, it was still owned by a centralized company. Well, Web 3 becomes the ownership economy. It becomes where we as the consumers, producers, and users, we own it. We can govern it. We know what to do on it. And the blockchain is the answer for that piece. And so one, we get set up a free Grow wallet, buy and support our producers. If we as consumers can support the producers that are actually willing to take the jump and say, hey, I want to put my data on a blockchain. I want to run a node. I want to help build this. And lastly is run a Grow node. And so running those nodes to help us store our data, verify all of our food transactions, provide consensus, mine and distribute the Grow token, and have true immutable tracking, transparency, and trust back inside of the food system so that we can go from a centralized world, a centralized system, and centralized companies into what we view as the essence of blockchain, which is true decentralization, power back to the users, and ownership to the producers and the users that are creating and consuming inside of the mission and the project of that specific blockchain project. And that is the Grow blockchain, using and leveraging blockchain technology to nourish people, animals, and the planet.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much, Will, for making such a great presentation. I actually have a question that I like to discuss with different experts of our conference, not only our conference, but within our community also. And the question is that, when we have a look on different solutions, on different technologies and innovation, it seems like the technology side of everything is it's pretty clear how to fix a certain problem in across different industries, including food supply and so on. But so the main problem seems to be that people are not able to negotiate with each other so that we could quickly adapt the technology. What's your ideas about? What are your ideas about mass adoption and about doing some kind of faster user acquisition for such solutions?
Yeah, this is a great question because we think about this often. And with our market, particularly, everybody has to eat. And so people ask me all the time, like, hey, who is your market? And we have two of them. I broke them down already. One of them is the producers, and the other one is everybody that has to eat. And so to have massive adoption for us, we drive it on, we need to get producers on the platform, because we actually believe that we could drive mass adoption into our community. And we've seen this because people want to know where their food comes from. When we come in and say we have a solution to say, hey, do you want to know what you ate today? Do you want to know what went into that? People want that. So on our side, it's the producers. It's the farmers that can say, hey, I'll actually do this and I'll provide that. And so where we spend a lot of our time is going in and getting the producers that are willing, can ship, and are vertically integrated to provide the supply for the demand that we already have. So that's where we spend most of our time. The second side to that, though, is you actually have a pull side. So I look at that as the push side. We get producers that are coming in. But if we want to pull it, it's us as consumers. It's us. Where do we spend our hard-earned dollars or hard-mined crypto, right? And so when we raise our hand and say, hey, I'm willing to maybe spend a little bit more in shipping, or I'm willing to spend a little bit more for good food to reward directly to those producers that are willing to grow it in a sustainable way and track and trace it on the blockchain, that's what helps the most, is us raising our hand and saying we'll do it. And then that drives more producers coming to the platform.
Okay, yeah, thanks. And I'm sure that you had lots of conversations with producers, with different producers, and how open are they to being onboarded on such solutions? I mean, is it easy for them, and do they welcome you when you try to speak about blockchain technologies, innovation, and stuff?
Sometimes. So most farmers in the world, you talk about blockchain and that feels a little bit more innovative and like a foreign language to them. And so we usually come in without blockchain, but then teaching them blockchain on the backside. Here's what producers across the world are not okay with. They are not okay with giving their data and their processes to a centralized system. And so when any government or centralized organization comes in and says, we want to know what you do, they refuse and do not want to do that. In fact, they put up a pretty big fight. However, when we help them understand that this data ownership model and the model of the entire business is not centralized and it's actually owned by them and inside of a blockchain, then they open up very quickly and they can start to see that this is the future and this is part of the disruption of what can take over that centralized system to where they are not owned by the commodity market or a governing board that decides to regulate them however they want.
Okay, I think that was the last question, and we are good to proceed to our next talk. Yeah, Will, thank you so much for sharing such a great presentation and for providing your answers to my questions. I think we will receive a couple of questions after we publish this video as a recording on our YouTube channel. I will let you know if there will be some. Yeah, I wish you good luck in your future with your product and with making all the producers onboarded. Yeah, thank you once again. Hope to collaborate with you in the future.
Thank you.
And yeah, I think we will now have a 1-minute transition before we start our today's concluding presentation about CBDCs, the past, present, and the future of it. Let me have a 1-minute break and we'll be back. Please stay tuned. Hi, once again. So this is our last and concluding session for today, but not for the entire conference, since we have 4 days ahead. And our concluding session for now is CBDCs, past, present, and the future. So we all know that there is so much happening in our day-to-day life about implementation of different types of CBDCs and lots of news about it. From all over the globe, and I think that would be very good point now in June 2024 to make a kind of review about the past, about what's happening, and to make a to have a look on the future together with our next guest, Sasha Pitkevich, who is a blockchain and Web3 expert and one of the drivers of this conference and of this community as well. Hi, Sasha. How are you?
Hi, Alec. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you so much for
Alec,
joining today.
can you
And
hear?
yes, I think we have some ping and some lags between us, but I hope that will be all right. So thank you so much for being with us today. I hope that we'll have a productive session. I would like to remind all of our audience to leave your questions in the live chats wherever you are watching this, and we will go through the questions at the end. And I think that we can now see your presentation, Sasha. The floor is yours. Please, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here and also on the first day. And guys, the topic is, from one point of view, is well known. From another point of view, it's so controversial. So I really would like to hear your questions at the end of the session. So while I will be speaking, please don't be lazy. Ask the questions, and we will have hopefully a good discussion at the end. So, central bank digital currencies. Well, we started to talk about that probably earlier than the cryptocurrency topic has existed. The desire to have proper digital money, that's what existed a while ago. Because it started to be. And so far, all the types of the digital money we have before cryptocurrencies, they were records about the money. And yeah, but one second. Let's stop. Like, I'm Sasha Pitkevich, and I need to basically first let you know why I'm speaking about that. Actually, I today opened a conference, and I opened it in person. But the original plan was that it would be recording, because I was on a business trip actually implementing central bank digital currency for one of the countries and discussing with them the use cases and architectures, how it should look like. And that's not the first time I'm discussing this topic. I've been discussing that with the several governances and several organizations in the world, and also with the technologies. So that's already for about 5 years. I'm here and there participating in the central bank digital currency implementation, pilots, projects, point of use, researches, proof of concepts. So yes, I do have a hands-on experience. And yes, probably while some people are telling me start from the beginning, because we might have people who are not really professional on the topic. And despite the fact that our conference is Blockchain Professionals Conference, we always have people who are professionals in other area of the crypto, of blockchain, or Web3, so do not know much about what is central bank digital currencies. So starting from the very beginning, I already announced that the topic is kind of controversial, but what it is. Every country has money. And every country has a tendency, well, most of the countries have a tendency to issue its own money. And this organization, a country which called normally central bank, bank of something, or national monetary authority, something like this. And that's an organization who manages those money. And there are a lot of what points, a lot of ways how the money is managed, and that's obviously done in the interest of the governments. And there are quite some of the efforts to maintain the national money. And as I already started to say, there's always a desire to manage it much more effectively and to have that more robust, more flexible. And there were a lot of attempts. And those attempts have existed before the cryptocurrencies existed. And we all know electronic money. And we all know that electronic money, it's not the money itself, that's records about money movements. And that's existed already for ages. All the solutions, all the IT systems we used so far for all the source of the money, they were solutions which are recording money movements. And there are accounting rules, and according to those accounting rules, those IT systems were created to basically were facilitate the double recording, eliminate double spend, and there are a lot of wisdom. All the payment systems, all the record, and everything now is about electronic records. Until the last 5 years, where the countries have started to experiment with the real digital money, cryptocurrencies. And that's not necessarily the cryptocurrencies we used to look at, the publicly arranged. Basically, when cryptocurrency is issued by the nation or by the national monetary authority, that's appeared central bank digital currency. Like we have the digital currency, which is cryptocurrency, and issued by the national money authority, by the central bank. And there are, as a professionals, you know that there are a lot of ways to issue cryptocurrency. There are a lot of ways to manage that. And there are a lot of countries with the different needs to do so. And well, in the majority, what we can see that there are a lot of benefits for every nation, every country, to operate the digital currency, for true digital currency. Because, first of all, that's easy. And that's liquid from the day of the issuance. And that allows financial inclusion. It lets people who were previously unbanked to easy access to the banking. And it allows a lot of flexibility. So-called those programmable money, when you have the real money, like in software system, not recordings about the money movements, but the real money being transferred within one transaction and really being transferred, and the real money who reside in the customer wallet or a certain account, then within a smart contract or within the on-chain code, because the smart contract is not supported in every technology, but with the help of the on-chain code, you can give those digital money certain qualities, certain abilities. You can program that, and there are a lot of appetite because the money of the country, and there are a lot of ideas of the divisioning the money for the specific needs, for the specific purposes, behaving specifically because of the time range, because of the duration. There are a lot of ways how governments want to operate their money. And the digital aspect of that, true digital aspect, give this ability to the country. At the same time, as I already said, it is quite controversial. First of all the associations with all sorts of the cryptocurrencies, they create quite some of the resistance because of some history, because of some misunderstanding, because of the decentralized systems and decentralized aspects, and this atomarity of the money transfer. It's difficult to understand and difficult to manage because there are the new ways to manage. And obviously, a lot of concerns of the technological stability And with people who understand that right, a lot of concerns on privacy. Because when the money are issued on a decentralized ledger, everyone who has an access to the ledger can see all the money movements. From the management point of view, that's ideal. That's what all the organizations wants to have, and that's what all organizations want to see. From the end user point of view, in some countries, that's sometimes perceived not ideal. In some cases, and we are not discussing the legality of those cases, because basically, like, I would say there are a good portion of those cases considered to be illegal, but they still exist. And they still exist to the wide range. So in some countries, there is a desire of the government to make that transparent, and at the same time, desire of the end users, and those both are the private and the business use, not to keep that so transparent. Like, still proceed with the gray area which existed for ages. So, despite the fact that there are a lot of benefits, there are quite some of the concerns, and also implementation and need in every country that varies. And in some countries, and that's typically third world countries, there is a great interest to put unbanked people in a banking system, which beneficial for all organizations of running that, and it's also beneficial for the people itself. In some countries, there is a great desire for the transparency, because the current situation left to that being transparent. In some countries, there is a desire of the payment variety. And that's probably because they're heavily dependent on the current payment systems where the fees are high. And the countries want to make it lower, and not having the national payment system to basically relying on an international one brings, for example, the merchant prices quite high. And if the national currency is not that high on a market, that makes very complex to use the international like payment systems for the merchants for the small payments. In some countries where the bank system, where the payment system is pretty well established, there might be desire for the new cases, for the new businesses, for the new ideas of how to process payments, new sort of the payments, or the new sources, I said, the programmable money, and new ways to use the money in the country. So going through all that variety, we are looking to the current situation. And basically, the current situation is that almost every country in the world is already playing with some sort of the digital national money, central bank digital currencies. But let's first look at what nations need to do to launch a central bank digital currency. Is it a technical question? I'm afraid not. Because there are a lot of technologies, and I will show you an overview of the current POCs being used. I will tell you where you can get this information and where you can subscribe on this information, and how you can regularly update yourself if you are the professional in an area. But basically, I'm afraid that the technology now is much smaller burden than a process. Because try to imagine how much needs to be changed, or how big needs to be changed in a nation when you will, for example, attempt the launch of the worldwide or countrywide digital currency. First of all, there needs to be the client applications, and they needs to be accepted by the generic public. And if the country is statutory and banked, that needs to be light, easy to use. And if we are thinking about the expansion for the whole nation, well, the usability comes to the great importance. And basically, I must say that the majority of the tools currently at the market for operating securely the cryptocurrency, when I'm speaking about the wallets, well, they just last 2 years started to be more or less user friendly. They just last 2 years, thanks to MPC wallets and thanks to the biometry, started to be easy to operate for the people who are not from the crypto world. And if the technology for the central bank digital currency is used from the traditional crypto world technology, the implementer will meet the same issue. Wallet needs to be a good wallet. And then the wallet needs to have a different types, because the wallet for the generic public, for retail customer, is one wallet. But the wallet for the business is another wallet. It basically represents the types of the accounts. And I must say that there are not that many business wallets at the market right now. That's definitely the area where crypto community needs to grow, where the technology needs to, the technology itself is here, but the usability, but the creation of the final product needs to improve. And we are looking just to the top of the iceberg, like basically to the respondent side, to the presentation side. But then all the administration applications, all the administration interfaces, all this maintainability, supportability, resilience, we all know that the decentralized technology is pretty resilient. But at the same time, we know that it's quite an effort and there are no best practices, and everyone is developing that on how to maintain the network. Basically, you are relying on a network to be maintained by itself. And if it's countrywide, and if a central bank, for example, and not that many central banks really want to maintain all the nodes, not at all. Basically, when we are speaking about the decentralization, I'm pretty sure that while most of the countries would like the national currency to be centrally managed, the technical side, they want to be decentralized. And either that's the nodes to be given to the commercial banks and to the special operator organizations, either that's even wider. And basically, the decentralization of the technology, it comes first, and that's the first appetite and the most logical thing. And basically, professionalism here is still lacking. Is still, that's a piece of craft. Also, there are quite some of the organizations, and now big organizations like AWS, like Microsoft. There are small organizations like Kaleido offering you blockchain as a service, but that's still abstract blockchain, means technology as a service. We can maintain, for example, Ethereum client for you, or Hyperledger client for you, or we can maintain the node for you. But for the sake of the working as a national currency node, it has to have the set of the smart contract, set of the code, a lot of things are the mid-layer things on top of the basic technology, which needs to be installed and maintained. And on top of that, those parts, and also underlying part, needs to be regularly updated. And maintainers needs to do so. And we all know how it's done for public blockchain, and we all know how much pain initially that was to keep everything stable and to keep everything robust enough. And we all know that the blockchains who managed to do that well, they're top blockchains right now, because you cannot afford this mistake. The same way you cannot afford this mistake on a national level, which means that you have to develop those features right on a national level. And that's not a technical setup. Okay, probably 20-30% is a technical setup, which can be easily provisioned for you by the classical cloud something. They all now know technology more or less. In some cases, it can be hardware, because we already know like the countrywide blockchain solutions, which maintained by the hardware, which support by hardware on a basic level. It's also possible, but still it requires the proper procedures, a proper support. And still, there are not that many vendors. And in majority of the cases, the stable and good technologies we can rely upon, they're community-led technologies. And you can already find parties who can do some support, some hosting, and those are commercial bodies and commercial entities. But still, there are a lot of experimentation because I would say the industrialization of those solutions is still not at the stage you can base the national currency on that. And on top of that, introduction of the new ways to deal with the national money will require quite some of the decisions, and it will start with quite some of understanding how within a country we are going to maintain that. It's starting from who will maintain the accounts. Is it the national bank who wants to maintain all the country accounts? For some smaller countries, it's probably possible. For bigger countries, I don't see the possibility because, yeah, it's still support, it's still the creation, it's still the onboarding and all of that. But what to do with the business accounts? Or probably it depends on the size of the business account or the type of the business, if the government of this national bank wants to do that. All those decisions, and that's the top of the iceberg, it's just the creation of the accounts. Then how the money are initially created and produced, minted. Majority of the technologies offer holder of the network or certain body of the network to mint the money. Minted money needs to be distributed to the accounts of the holders. How this process is being done, how it's being monitored, how it's being controlled. And then reporting. You all know that the majority of the technical vendors, they can provide you with a solution, but the creation of the proper reporting costs a lot of efforts. And the country gradually moving to the new source of the money needs to respect accounting rules. Probably they need to be changed, but in this case, they need to be changed, tested, reporting needs to be done. Probably they need to stay intact. Then the new IT systems needs to be programmed accordingly, again, tested, and again, reporting. All of this creates a lot of work where you set up the procedures, where you test the procedures, where you adapt the procedures, where you support those procedures. And all this is new work. And all of that requires the professionalism and understanding of what's going to happen and understanding of the technology, how it's going to work. And there are not that much professionalism in the world because there are not that much experience. There are only 4 countries running central bank digital currency on a national level. And those are very small countries. And those are the like third world countries. And that's why they are running because they didn't have the complex procedures. They didn't have complex needs because, yeah, that's a handful of the accounts at the end. But think about a big country of size of, Canada, US, Russia, China, Europe. That's huge. And the change associated is huge. The necessity are years to think about those procedures. And that's what we can see currently in the market. We can see for every country that they announced that they started to work with the central bank digital currencies. And they announced, some countries start with the technology and technology pilot the POC. Some countries start with the procedures. Some countries start with the maintenance change and basically planning of how it's going to be done. And all of this you can see on CBBC Tracker. And that's online. It's not run by me or any of my colleagues. And that's an attempt. I wouldn't say that the quality of the data is there perfect. Basically, working on several projects, which I mentioned there, I know the current status is slightly different. But at the same time, guys are trying hard, and the results are not bad to understand what's going on. And it gives you information about the state per country. And it also gives you information about what technology is used and what technology partner is involved. And those are the different things. Because, for example, the EVM-based solution can be delivered by different organizations. The same with Hyperledger. Slightly different with Corda and Ripple. But all those technologies are technologies on which the nation can bank its national currency. can base this national currency. And as we can see that there are a lot of countries who are doing proof of concepts. There are a lot of countries who are already in a pilot, and a pilot means the technology together with the procedures. It means that they are trying to feel what would be the impact on a country as a whole, in which aspects, because basically even creating the procedures, you cannot predict what is the coverage area. You like moving from the centralized technology to the decentralized technology and doing the adjustments in the management level. In some countries, you probably would like to introduce some degree of the decentralization of the management. In some countries, I mean, you know, countries in the world where the even money issuance are delegated to the commercial banks. And there are countries where like on the national monetary authority can issue the money. And all of this, like, each country has to make clear the way forward. And there are political questions, there are economical questions, and there are a lot of, it's not only nationwide. There are also relations between national bank and the commercial banks. And basically, the change of the approach towards national currency is shaking or shaping those relations within country national money system and how it's supported and what obligations do commercial banks have towards national money authority, what rights they have. This all can be reviewed and redesigned. And can you imagine how many parties needs to be involved in this process? And they have they have different interests. And all of this needs to be discussed structurally. Again, among the parties who are doing that first time, probably in their life. And there are not that many experience. I mean, I doubt that any really big country, like I'm sure they all would like they all would look to the experience of Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Jamaica, and Bahamas, where that's life. If they're able to take much from that experience towards management of national currency in Canada or in Australia or in Argentina or Brazil, I don't know. Doesn't look that straightforward because also every country thinks that they're different. And indeed, there are a lot of different needs. So you first discuss your requirements and how you want it to be. Then you discuss how it needs to be shaped. Then you take zillion of the decisions how exactly it needs to be. And then you're proving that as a concept, and that's in the majority technology concept. I mean, you are able to do the national payments, or what are the main functions of your money in a country. And the very interesting thing, because all of you now listening what's going on, thinking, okay, all those countries are playing, and one day they will go live. What will happen with the cross-national payments? What will happen with all the possibilities to convert all those sources of the digital money? I mean, we have constantly a lot of questions. Why, guys, you need so many cryptocurrencies? And with the introduction of the national money, we will have much more cryptocurrencies. And yes, while we are speaking now about the traditional money, we can look at the past and the history of how long did it take to establish all these cross-country, cross-national payments and how complex the infrastructure are. That's actually the motivation for majority of the countries to have digital money, to make it cheaper, to make it faster, to make it much more efficient, because the current system and the current payment systems are also evolving, and they're also modifying themselves to accept the cryptocurrency payments, modifying themselves to basically to deal with the various new sorts of the exchanges, centralized crypto exchanges, decentralized crypto exchanges. So the whole world evolves. And the change we are witnessing right now is huge. And what we're trying to predict the speed. And we must say that with the current, like, well, for the last 5 years, there were central bank digital currencies who started and who announced that even early, but I must say that the majority of the work was done last 5 years, also with the maturity of the cryptocurrencies. And there are still countries who are not basing their technology on well-established cryptocurrencies. And we know that the China does a pretty successful pilot right now, and they're using Dash protocol, and that's not something which widely used somewhere else. And there are a lot of attempts in other countries, and you can, well, for those who are really interested, you can go to this website of the European Commission and watch all the materials of the digital euro. There are a lot of movements recently. And then on both sides, on the procedure side, there are a lot of discussions of how digital euro is going to function. And there are also the decentralized European ecosystem technically. And there's a sandbox already. So all of this is like gradually moving, and that's the current state. And well, I promised you to mention what are the technologies, and here I deliberately didn't put the numbers, and I didn't order that because it's difficult to compare. How we are going to compare per number of countries using this technology, or per number of citizens in this country, or per complexity of the bank system in a particular country. So very difficult. I think it's just wise to look that a variety, well, despite the fact that variety exists, that's not everything we could imagine. Dashing protocol, China. Ethereum, EVM, some countries, quite some countries. There's also, if we will use the BC Tracker, Quorum is also EVM based, yes. And when it says like where the technology provider Kaleda, it's in the majority also EVM based solutions. There are quite some attempts to use different versions of Hyperledger. And we all know that none of the Hyperledger versions covers all the needs. So in a majority, while doing certain proof of concepts, those countries will gradually adopt more and more, I would say, incarnations of Hyperledger, because they will need also to facilitate the national security and the national IDs or some sort of the IDs to accessing the currency, and then the transactions of the currencies. So basically, different aspects of the Hyperledger ecosystem would be used. Also, when you are using the CBDC tracker, that's normally one of the Hyperledger technologies is mentioned there. Also, Ripple now is playing on a field of central bank digital currencies, and I might say that one of the implementations I'm doing together with Ripple, and they do have the nice solution which covers the issuance of the central bank money, and also they do have interface to manage that on the side of the central bank. And they are promising to come up this or next month with the operator interface, where that's more for the commercial banks, and they do have some sort of the wallet, not ideal one, but basically they're a good player in ecosystem. And basically while they're doing that, they're offering already solution with some sort of the interfaces which can definitely be used for the proof of concept, or for example pilot, and connections to XRP network, where we can see a lot of banks already. So they are offering at the same time the solution for interoperability on existing banking system, where we look into the Ethereum based solutions, you will get naturally interoperability to the majority of the cryptocurrencies and DeFi solutions. Again, choosing the technology, what is more important for your country. Corda solutions, they also exist, and there are also countries who are experimenting with Corda. Surprisingly, there are also countries, and I think it's one or two, experimenting with Stellar. It's not that popular, but still exists, and I was glad to see that it was mentioned. It's also tells us that there might be countries experimenting, for example, with Cardano, or with some other ones. Like Cardano is non UTXO one, so like Bitcoin, and can bring quite some of the interesting features, I would say, to the national currency. It's also possible. But that's what you can see currently. And I must say that when we're speaking about the accuracy of the data in CBDC tracker, there the most inaccuracy happens. Probably like absence of the latest updates, and also technology and technology provider. They're changing rapidly. They're changing rapidly. And as I already said many, many times in various cases, the main quality of the blockchain solution right now, or DLT-based solution right now, is flexibility. Normally, you're like looking to the years or ages of being used. You are not banking on a single technology. You are creating solution which can easily move from one technology to another. And you are actually designing together with the whole solution the aspects of how you're going to do the move, how you're going to support the fact that you probably will need to migrate to another technology, to another middleware. And we are slowly moving, well, probably lost sight about the current state. Let's look to the variety of the requirements, or I would say variety of the benefits which different players will gain from this nationwide digital currency. And as I already said, it's very, very beneficial for every government of very monetary authority. Get rid of the hassle of all those reserves being stored and managed. Get rid of the hassle of like managing liquidity, managing onboarding, basically free up the capital, have the auditability, have one network for the whole country, have the transparency, being able to base statistics over the transactional information across the whole country. Well, it can change the ways government manages the money or gets the answers about the budgets being spent tremendously. The same for commercial banks. Commercial banks, for them, that's controversial, and I will speak about that in the next slide, because basically they need to find their new role in a whole ecosystem. Are they going to maintain the nodes and to serve as the validators in a network? They're going to discuss that together with the monetary authority of their country. What would be their responsibilities in their network? What they will see on this network? What they would be able to do there? But in the majority of the countries, commercial banks are still going to maintain the user accounts, which means that it opens a haven for them to develop user applications, to offer totally new services, and basically all the blockchain solutions and solutions between the businesses that gives commercial banks possibility to integrate with everything, to integrate with the e-commerce solutions, to integrate with insurance, to integrate with retail, to issue a lot of loyalty products. Basically, there are no limits. They can program money. They maintain the account. They can be flexible in their solutions because the majority of them appear to be decentralized applications sitting on top of the stack, on top of quite stable stack, which means that they can basically produce a lot of service applications partnering with the different type of organizations across the country. And again, the presence of the information and access to the network, if visibility allows, brings them the necessary statistics. And again, the services based on these statistics and adaptive service and the usage of the AI of analyzing information and creatively offering the services to their customers. Basically, that's the absolutely new level of customer facing services. And the commercial banks having a desire can lead that. When we're speaking about acquiring, about merchants and e-commerce, for them, in a majority, that means lower prices per transactions, possibilities to easily integrate payment mechanisms, micropayments, and enablement of crypto on a nationwide level. And also extra security for the payments for their customers. Not much, but a big money. And recently, I heard in a country where I'm implementing something about the digital currency, that it's probably the one of the main motivators to lower the prices for the merchants, to lower the fees. And that's being outlooked as one of the key factors for the successful adoption. And look into the private users. Okay, first of all, that's access for the unbanked people. I guess the majority who are listening right now, and when you are looking to the situation from the private point of view, you are probably banked. So for you, that's not much. But lower transaction cost, variety of the payments, I would say mobile payments, more control if you want that, and access to the crypto instruments. And with that, I'm moving to the next slide, which will show you the problems, disadvantages, or concerns by the same 4 categories. And here we are looking to the dark side of that. And well, I ended for the benefits with the private users, and I must say that I didn't. Well, probably it feels that I didn't mention that many benefits for the private users. There are a lot of concerns on the private user side, and that's mainly about the transparency, traceability, and responsibility, which lays on your shoulders. First of all, it means that in the majority of cases of the CBDC implementation, that all the transactions would be visible and all will come into the statistics. In private sector, there are a lot of desires or something to escape taxes. That won't be possible when everything is transparent and auditable. But at the same time, no taxing mistakes, no motivation on a corporate level to have the gray salaries or all of this. Basically, everything comes under ultimate control. And yes, private user appeared to be the player in all of this. And there are a lot of responsibilities of managing your own money, or if you are delegating that right. That exists now to the same extent. It's just when the country digitalization, the presence of those nationwide digital money will bring clarity to that. It would be not really possible, or possible but with the great effort to close your eyes and to refuse of doing so. Currently, it's much easier. I don't understand all those financial infrastructure. I do not like, why I get my salary, I spend my salary. What happens until I'm terribly worried, I'm not looking to that. It would be difficult to see that when everything appeared to be very transparent. It's also, I'm pretty sure that there would be a lot of authorities from the business side and on administration, on the country administration, the public services side, motivating people to be more responsible for all those money flows. And actually, that's a good thing. But at the same time, it scares a lot of people. It's much easier to go to the shop and to choose between 2 varieties of yogurt and not out of 100. For many people, that's not that easy can manage. So I believe that from the private point of view, from the private account holder point of view, all those concerns about privacy, greater control, a lot of choices is kind of clear. For merchants, probably the negative side or concerns are necessity to monitor the change. Basically, when everything would be done well, that's already kind of good and the concerns will disappear. But we all know that it's not even 10 years where all the changes will go. And alongside the change, they will need to monitor the changes in the accounting system, the changes in the legal system, and constantly adapt. Those are investments. Those are the burden, and those creates resistance, because it works, don't touch. The same for commercial banks. They now have pretty established positions in the country and pretty established ways of working. With the move to the national digital currency, it may be shaken, and it will require quite some of the thinking and quite some changes. Exciting, can open a lot of new businesses, new ways to earn the money. At the same time, tiring, worrying, and creating a lot of issues on the way, requiring a lot of efforts, and also increasing competition. Together with the new unbanked people, it may bring to the ecosystem the smaller banks, the smaller, operator organizations, the smaller service providers to the equation. And the commercial banks will need to rethink and relook to that. And speaking about the monetary authority, I mean, you all can digest of how big is a change to introduce a new ways to operate money in a country. And there are all the policies, procedures, legal and tax implementation, like implications, and also making the change positive, advertising that, making that a society, positive society change, not having those groups previously mentioned resistant. A lot of work with the commercial banks infrastructure, of setting up the new logic, then a lot of work or delegating this work and managing the work with the merchants, e-commerce, and the private owners. And still on the government shoulders, there would be change with the private owners. I think we need to move to the questions and just one word about the future. We've been focusing a lot about the current state. We've been focusing a lot about the size of the change which is expected and which is being approached by, I would say, majority countries of the world. The next step here would be interoperability. Fortunately, all the existing payment system offer us those services. Unfortunately, the desire is to see the cheaper ways and to see the cheaper ways to make the national money interoperable and probably extend that and have that more flexible. And that's what, like, when the current change of establishing and distributing money within a country would be digested a little bit, and it will come very soon. And for many countries, it's already there. The question about cross-country interoperability will arise. And I'm sure there would be a lot of ways to approach that. And next year or year after next year, we will speak about this. Currently, on this conference, we are speaking about interoperability of blockchain systems or crypto systems. I'm sure that next year we will speak about interoperability between national currencies. And Alec, I know that I'm probably massively out of time, but luckily I'm the last one and I was asking to be the last one. Do we have questions?
Yes, of course. Just a second. Let me quickly bring up the live chat for a second. I have seen a couple of questions, and the first question says, "What do you think about CBDC coloring when government wants to restrict spending money on certain goods or services?"
Well, there is a possibility to implement that. I must say that's a sort of the programmable money. That's the function of the money which government, if they want that, can implement that. And if the question is asked from the private account holder point of view, means that you are scared that it will happen, or from a business point of view, private business point of view, that's the question of choosing the right government or letting know the government about this. And that's what I've been speaking about, this situation where the new processes and new ways of working needs to be established. Technically, yes, that's possible, not that very complex. If there are those requirements on a particular country side? I don't know. And that's a political question. It's mostly a political question. And here it's probably like, again, if you're approaching that from the private point of view, that's probably one of the points when you're participating in elections or where you're speaking, when you're participating in the country in national politics.
Okay, and I
And
think I
that's the one.
also can have a short comment about it. So, there is some kind of populism around this topic and lots of some kind of skepticism about the. So, lots of people on the internet, on Twitter, they express some kind of skepticism about implementing CBDCs. Even we all remember the news from Trump, who also said something about the CBDCs that he never gonna implement that, and that's very dangerous. And so what are the main some kind of populist barriers and pitfalls that are kind of hindering the implementation of CBDCs?
I would say that there's no main one because the countries are so different, the approach is so different. But I must say that the maintaining positive side or the positive view on a change is the very complex one. And that's definitely lays on the shoulders on all of the governments because basically they need to advertise that in a country. It needs to be accepted countrywide and adapt that it can be easily done with the force. At the same time, I told you there are a lot of reservations from the businesses and from the private owners on like they will see everything and they will maintain us unfairly. But look into that, guys. I mean, there's nothing bad to be transparent. There is nothing bad to have all information or to be able to 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 make management decisions based on a right and correct information. No, not at all. Majority of the fears which are being discussed, they are based on what if the mechanism of the total or better control will would be managed unfairly, would be given for the party who will use that improperly. And that's the hugest problem. Alec, I probably will say that to answer your question is this fact. Mechanism can be developed. And the mechanism can be very good, very strong, very transparent, very stable, very resilient. But it lays a lot of moral obligations for the parties who are using the mechanism. And this clarity, fairness, stability, this trust needs to be built. And that's outside of the technology field completely.
Okay, so we have a couple of more questions. So Daniel Simpson says, "Hi Sasha, do you think CBDCs will work in a more developed and strong economies like Europe, or does it provide more value for developing or not so strong economies?"
Well, this provides a lot of value for both types of the economies. And I was elaborating during my pitch about what we can see that the developing countries, they look for the unbanked people for more variety of the payments possibilities of enabling smaller merchants, individual merchants with the ability to accept money, to transfer money, to do all of this. So there are a lot of benefits for developing countries there. They lay in the area of making that possible, making the various types of the money operations possible. Looking to better developed countries, they more look into the better transparency, predictability, and basically making better business decisions. And also, like you mentioned, Europe, that's a very good question, because the euro is this euro space. There are many countries underneath the euro. Here there are a lot of additional challenges of maintaining euro as a currency, having different countries with the different needs underneath. Here, for example, coin coloring can help, having the same type, or other mechanisms. So it basically the approach, and to making money truly digital with all these benefits, it provides benefits for all sorts of the players. It's just they have different requirements and their solutions would be different.
Okay. And the last question is, do you think CBDCs will become a competitor to a country's traditional private banks if the population uses that instead of their own bank account?
That's difficult to understand the question. There are different models of implementing central bank digital currency. When we are saying central bank and national currency, we normally referring to the fact that the national money would be issued, minted by the national money authority. It seems to be that the question is formulated like it's possible to establish nationwide money by the ecosystem of the country commercial banks. Nothing can stop commercial banks to get together and say, okay, we are issuing, yen, dollar, something digital, where that's not an initiative of the country money authority, but where that's pure initiative of the commercial banks. If they will manage to get that legally, if it doesn't go aside, or if it doesn't break their current legal relations with the national bank, technically it's possible. And again, I could imagine that in some countries that's possible also in a national level being accepted. For example, in Hong Kong, the money are made by commercial banks. It's like not the national bank prints the money, but the commercial banks in Hong Kong print the money, and they have those rights for many, many, many years. They used to do that. So basically, it's quite logical that they will issue like the network, and they will proceed with that, having the national money. And in this case, it will be maintained not centrally by the national money authority, by those commercial banks. It can be like this. If it will be like this, still, when we're speaking about the national money, everything lays in a legality and a government policies. So it needs to be agreed. Also, again, I will constantly in all the questions answer technically, everything is possible. The limitations are not on a technical side. They are on a political, probably emotional, probably society side to be accepted. And the change, and that's basically the logic. It gives the reason why we are waiting so long for that when the technology is ready. For majority of the decentralized solutions, their adoption means not a technical excellence. That means procedural change, which is much longer than technology change. So I hope I answered the question. It's difficult to understand because, as I said, basically, by definition, central bank digital currency is a currency issued by central bank. But I just try to elaborate of what it can be. And when we are speaking about national-wide currency, not approved by national bank, but issued by the consortium of the commercial banks, that's also possible. And then, well, technically, using public technologies where they can dictate the rules to the government too. They can be disruptive too, because you cannot stop the Ethereum network, you cannot stop Bitcoin network, even if you will issue legal documents. So still would be the people who do not agree, or parties who do not agree, will still be able to maintain that. It can happen with the banks too.
Okay, yeah, and I see we have a new question. I think we can quickly answer that too. So it says, what do you think about the possibility of using these central banks as means of control, where it may not be beneficial for the user and go against the ownership of money?
Well, question is, what if the National Bank of the country doesn't act in the interest of population of this country? Very difficult to answer this question because yes, that happens. And yes, technically that's possible. We know politically it's also possible. While somebody asking what if, I'm saying, yeah, then the money holders will suffer. Also, business holders can suffer too because how like blocking the particular user account, block particular business account, making irrelevant pressure politically to this. Yes, that's much greater control. There's always like auditability and traceability brings also the possibilities to control. That's obvious for everyone. As I already started answering the question of that, choose the right government. That's the only way. Because nothing can stop the change. It can delay procedure-wise, but there are so like the whole meaning of my pitch today is it's unstoppable. Technology is here. Everyone understands the benefits. Everyone actually understands that it can be the measure of the control. The mechanism is totally here. The ways we implement that will define everything. And every country decides that on its own way. I mean, there are ecosystems of the countries like Euro, they also decided on a way, but collectively. At the same time, the nature of the technology allows the participant to hijack. I gave the example of the ecosystem of the commercial banks. It would be unstoppable. Blockchain technology by design is unstoppable. So very relevant question. Unfortunately, there is no answer, and that's not because of my knowledge. It's just there is no answer on that. Yes, it's possible to get it under the total control.
I think
That's the
we can discuss
improvement
it
of the
forever.
current control mechanisms. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah, thank you for providing your answers and for your presentation. Yeah, thanks. We've got the last slot for you so that we could run out of time, but that wasn't a problem for us. Thank you so much for making it so productive. And I think that's it for now. Thank you, Sasha, once again. And before we say goodbye to everyone, I'd like to remind that it's only the first day of our conference and we have 4 days ahead. And each day is dedicated to a different topic. And today it was all about the Future and Trends Day. And tomorrow we will be having a handful of speakers about the topic of adoption. And we have very different speakers from across different industries and across different continents too. And please stay tuned, join tomorrow at the same time. And we will be having even a couple of workshops for those who are interested. And during our workshops, you will be able to even interact with your voice. We would provide you with certain formats for that. I think that's it for now. Yeah, if you have any further questions, join the Telegram link that I provided in the comments section in our YouTube's live chat and on We Are community. Let me know if you'll have any questions or feedbacks or comments. See you tomorrow.